Somewhere between the last thought of the day and the first breath of sleep, there is a room. You have been in it before. Not when you were trying to enter it, only when you stopped trying. It is quiet in there, not empty. Quiet in the way a library is quiet after closing, full of things that have been waiting patiently for someone to finally come and sit down. You are here now. Tonight, we move slowly through the whole of one mind, the mind of a Swiss psychiatrist who spent his life standing at the edge of that room, asking what it contained and what it might mean that we are all, without exception, carrying something much larger than our ordinary thoughts. Carl Jung was born in 1875 inches Keswil on the shores of Lake Constance in Switzerland. His father was a pastor. His mother was a woman of two faces, the practical warm face of daytime and something stranger that emerged when the house went dark. He noticed both. He noticed most things. That habit of noticing would become the architecture of everything he built. He spent 50 years asking a question that most people never think to ask. Not, what should I do with my life? That is a question about the surface. His question was, what is the mind really, and how much of it do I actually know? The answer he arrived at was uncomfortable and beautiful in equal measure. The answer was very little. Not because the mind is too complex to study, though it is complex, but because most of what the mind does, it does without our permission, without our awareness, and without our approval. The part of you that thinks, plans, decides, and narrates your day is real. It is also small. Beneath it, something much older is running. Jung called the whole of this, the known and the unknown, the surface and the depth, the psyche. Not the brain, not the soul, exactly, the psyche. From the Greek word for breath, for life force, for that which animates. In German, he worked with the word Seele, which carries more warmth than the English psyche. It holds something like soul without the religious pressure. He was always trying to find words that fit without forcing. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Tonight is not a lecture. It is not a test. Nothing you hear here asks anything of you. The ideas will move through at whatever pace suits the hour. William James, the American philosopher and psychologist, writing at the turn of the 20th century, called consciousness a stream, always moving, never the same moment twice. Jung read James carefully. He took the image and pushed it further. What if the stream is only the visible part? What if the river runs deeper than the surface we can see? That is where tonight begins. At the surface, and from here we go down. There is a shape to the inner world. Jung spent a lifetime drawing its outlines, not to frighten anyone, not to make life more complicated, but because a map, even an imperfect one, is better than walking in the dark without one. We have the map tonight, and we have time. Let us begin at the beginning, with the ego, with awareness, with the part of you that says I and believes it knows what it is talking about. By the end of tonight, that word I will mean something slightly different to you. Larger, quieter, less certain, but more honest. Sleep deepens as understanding softens. So, let us take one step deeper. Chapter 2, Jung and the Problem of the Mind. In 1900, Sigmund Freud published The Interpretation of Dreams. The book sold poorly for years, but it found its way into the hands of a young Swiss psychiatrist who read it twice and underlined half of it. Carl Jung was 25. He was working at the Burghölzli Psychiatric Hospital in Zurich under Eugen Bleuler, one of the leading psychiatrists in Europe. Every morning he arrived early, every evening he stayed late. He was watching people the medical establishment had largely given up on, patients diagnosed with dementia, praecox, with hysteria, with states that had no clean name, and he was asking what their behavior meant, not just what to call it. Most of his colleagues were looking for brain lesions, physical causes. Jung was looking for something else. He was listening to what the patient said, and he was noticing that even in the most fractured speech, there were patterns. Images that recurred, fears that followed a logic. A woman who believed she was on the moon had a story behind that belief, not a random malfunction, but a meaning constructed from pain. He wrote to Freud in 1906. Freud wrote back. For 6 years, they were the closest thing either of them had to an equal. There is something worth pausing on here. Two of the most important minds in the history of psychology walking together down a path neither had walked before, each teaching the other how to see. Freud was 20 years older. He called Jung his crown prince, the man who would carry psychoanalysis into the future. It did not last. The break came in 1912, over a book Jung wrote called Transformations and Symbols of the Libido. Freud had built his theory on the idea that the unconscious was primarily a repository of repressed desires, sexual, aggressive, personal. Jung looked at the material his patients brought him and at the myths and symbols of cultures around the world and saw something Freud did not want to see. The unconscious was not only personal, it was also collective, older than any individual life, shared at some deep level across human beings everywhere. Freud said the idea was unscientific. Jung said the evidence demanded it. They never spoke again after 1913. Hold that gently. It returns later tonight. The problem Jung inherited from Freud and then pushed past was the fundamental problem of the mind, that it is not transparent to itself. You cannot simply decide to know yourself. You cannot read your own depths by looking inward the way you read a menu. The unconscious is not stored neatly, waiting to be retrieved. It is active. It is running. It pushes up through dreams, through the emotions that arrive without explanation, through the choices you make that surprise you later. Alfred Adler, the third member of that early Vienna circle, saw the unconscious primarily as a site of compensatory striving, the drive for power and significance in those who feel small. He and Freud also parted ways, and then Adler and Jung took different roads too. Three brilliant men 3 different maps of the same territory. What does that tell us? It tells us the territory is real, but no single map captures all of it. Jung spent the rest of his life adding to his map, not finishing it. He said himself, the psyche could not be fully known by the psyche. A knife cannot cut itself, the eye cannot see itself without a mirror. But he kept drawing. Feel the weight of your body right now, the back of your head, the place where your hands rest. The mind you are carrying tonight is the same kind of mind Jung studied. Not simpler, not less layered. You are not a patient in his clinic. You are a person, as he was a person, carrying the full complexity of a human psyche through the hours of one ordinary night. And something in you has been patient for a very long time. We are beginning to see why. Let us now turn to the part of the mind we think we own, the ego, and find out exactly what it is. Chapter 3. The ego is only a part. The word ego has become difficult to hear clearly. In popular use, it means arrogance. It means someone who takes too much space, demands too much attention, thinks too well of themselves. When someone says, check your ego, they mean deflate yourself. Jung meant something precise and different. The ego, for Jung, is the center of consciousness. It is the organizing point of everything you are aware of. It is the part of you that wakes up in the morning and says, I am here. It is the part that makes decisions, that plans the week, that narrates experience as it happens. It is not the villain. It is a structure. And it is necessary. Without a functioning ego, there is no coherent self. People whose ego structure has fragmented through psychosis, through severe trauma, do not experience freedom. They experience a terror that has no center, a world with no anchor. The ego is not the enemy of depth. It is the necessary starting point. But here is what the ego gets wrong. It believes it is everything. It believes that what it knows about itself is the whole of what there is to know. It believes that consciousness is the mind. It believes that the choices it makes are fully its own, arising freely from deliberate intention. Jung spent his career showing why this belief, however natural, is incomplete. Think of it this way. A small village sits on a cliff above an enormous ocean. The villagers know the cliff. They know the houses, they know the paths between them. They have named every road and every building. They are experts in the village. But beneath the cliff, the ocean is moving. The tides shift the ground. The weather that arrives is shaped by currents thousands of miles away. And sometimes in the night, the ocean sends something up, a piece of wreckage, a message in a bottle, a sound that has no explanation, and the villagers look at each other and say, "Where did that come from?" The ego is the village. The unconscious is the ocean. This is not a frightening image, though it can feel that way at first. It is simply accurate. The ocean is not trying to destroy the village. It is not malicious. It is simply larger. William James again put it plainly in The Principles of Psychology in 1890. The margin of the mind contains most of the mind. We attend to a thin slice of what is available to awareness at any moment. The rest runs on. Jung's patient once described a feeling she had, that behind her ordinary thoughts, a larger thought was thinking her, not a delusion, a perception. The sense that consciousness is not the source, but the surface. He thought about that for years. Let your jaw soften. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. There is a practical consequence to all of this. If the ego is only part of the mind, then self-knowledge requires more than self-reflection. You cannot know yourself by thinking harder about yourself. You need access to what the ego cannot directly observe. The patterns running beneath it, the complexes organizing emotion without announcing themselves, the dreams that carry the day's unprocessed residue. This is why Jung was drawn to dreams so early, not because he believed in mystical revelation, because he recognized that when the ego relaxes its control during sleep, other material becomes visible. The dream is not a disturbance of rest. It is a communication from the deeper layers of the system. But before we reach dreams, we need to understand what those deeper layers contain. And something in you has been patient for a very long time. That phrase will make more sense before the night is over. Hold it. For now, let us go one level deeper into the unconscious itself, that word Jung used with more care than almost any other thinker of his century. And yet, the ego's limitation is not its failure. It is its design. Consciousness is selective by necessity. The nervous system receives millions of signals per second from the body, from the environment, from the accumulated patterns of every experience the organism has ever had. If all of it reached awareness simultaneously, coherent action would be impossible. The ego's selectivity is the mechanism that makes purposeful life possible. It is also the mechanism that keeps the deeper layers invisible. The philosopher William James described what he called the fringe of consciousness, the vast, dim region at the edge of awareness where things are almost known, almost felt, almost articulated. The fringe is where the unconscious begins, not as a sharp boundary, but as a gradient, a fading of clarity, a region of increasing dimness in which things are present but not attended to. Jung built an entire psychology of the region beyond James's fringe, not the almost known, but the genuinely unknown. The content that does not merely occupy the edge of awareness, but has been pushed back or has never had access to the light. Let your breath deepen on its own. The sleep state is in part a relaxation of the ego's selective mechanism. As the gatekeeping function loosens, what was at the fringe can move closer to the center. What was suppressed can surface. What the ego would not permit in waking life, the dream produces without permission. This is not a crisis. It is the system doing its maintenance work. You do not have to manage it. The ego can rest. Chapter 4. What the unconscious really is. In 1913, after the break with Freud, Carl Jung entered what he later called his confrontation with the unconscious. He was 37 years old. He had a wife, 5 children, a thriving private practice, and a reputation as one of the finest minds in European psychiatry. He gave most of it up. He resigned from his university lectureship. He stopped most of his clinical writing. And he did something that looked, from the outside, like a breakdown. He began to listen. He sat at his desk each evening and let images come. He let them speak. He wrote down what arrived: whole figures, landscapes, voices with arguments and positions of their own. He was frightened more than once. He was also, he wrote later, strangely exhilarated. He was not going mad. He was learning what the unconscious actually is. The word unconscious had been circulating in European intellectual life since the philosopher Eduard von Hartmann published Philosophy of the Unconscious in 1869. Before that, the Romantic poets, Keats, Coleridge, Novalis in Germany, had written about the creative night mind, the source of images that arrived unbidden. And before all of them, the alchemists of the medieval period had used symbols and procedures that Jung would eventually recognize as projections of psychological content onto matter. But Jung was not a historian of ideas. He was a clinician. He needed to know what the unconscious actually did, not just what people said about it. His answer arrived at slowly over decades. The unconscious is not a garbage heap. It is not simply a warehouse of things the ego has rejected. It is a living system with its own intelligence, its own organizing principles, and its own purposes, which may or may not align with what the ego thinks it wants. The unconscious, for Jung, has 2 layers. The first is the personal unconscious. This is the layer Freud mapped most carefully, the contents specific to a given individual life, memories that never fully integrated, emotions that were felt but never processed, experiences that left a residue the conscious mind did not fully absorb. Everything the ego has pushed aside, every feeling it was not ready to hold, lives here, not dormant, but active. The second layer is deeper. Jung called it the collective unconscious, and this was the idea that cost him his friendship with Freud. The collective unconscious is not personal. It does not contain your memories. It contains something older, the accumulated patterns of human experience across thousands of generations. Not passed down through stories or culture, though stories and culture draw on it, but built into the structure of the mind itself, the way eyes are built to see and ears to hear. This is where archetypes live, not as images, the images vary by culture, but as potentials, as organizing patterns waiting to be activated by experience. Jolanda Jacobi, one of Jung's closest collaborators, described it in her 1959 book, The Psychology of CG. Jung as a layer of the psyche that transcends individual history, that carries the shape of every human drama that has ever been lived. Let your shoulders drop, feel the weight of your body. The personal unconscious you have been accumulating since birth. The collective unconscious you were born into. Both are active tonight. Both are present in the images that visit you when you sleep. This is not frightening. It is, if anything, a relief. You are not only your history, You are also connected to something much older than your history. The next step is to look at what lives in that personal layer, the pieces of experience that accumulated quietly, organizing themselves into structures the conscious mind did not choose to build. Jung called them complexes. And if you have ever had an emotional reaction that seemed disproportionate to what actually happened, you have already met one. The philosopher Henri Bergson, writing in Paris in the early years of the 20th century, proposed that consciousness is not a mirror of reality, but a filter of it. The brain, in his account, does not produce experience, it restricts it. Its function is to reduce the overwhelming totality of what is available to the organism to the thin band that is useful for survival and action. What we ordinarily call consciousness is what survives the filter. Jung read Bergson and found the model consonant with his own clinical observations. The unconscious was not less than consciousness. It was more than consciousness, the unfiltered totality of which consciousness was the selective and necessarily limited representative. This reversal has consequences that reach far into how one understands one's own experience. The thought that arrives from nowhere, the sudden knowing, the inexplicable sense of recognition, the feeling that arrives without prior cause, is not irrational noise. It is material from the unfiltered level, breaking through the filter for a moment, carrying information that the ordinary conscious process did not produce. The scientist who wakes at 3 a.m. with the solution to a problem they had worked on for weeks is not experiencing magic. They are experiencing the problem-solving capacity of a mind that does not stop when consciousness does, that keeps working at the level below the ego's management, and that delivers its findings through whatever channel is available. For the scientist, the dream or the hypnagogic moment. For everyone, the same. Let your breath move. The unconscious is working on your behalf right now, not on your explicit instructions. On the deeper instructions of a system that has a direction toward integration, toward health, toward what individuation requires, trust it. Chapter 5. The Personal Unconscious Speaks. A woman named Helene was 32 when she first came to see Jung at Burgholzli. She had been waking every night at the same hour, 3 a.m., convinced that something was wrong. Not with anything she could name, just wrong. The wrongness had a texture to it, a weight. She had been to 2 doctors. Both had prescribed rest. Jung listened differently. He asked her about her childhood. He asked about her mother. He asked what 3 a.m. meant in the life of her family when she was young. She went quiet for a long time. Her father had died at 3 a.m. when she was 7. She had been asleep in the next room. She had not been there. She had never spoken of it since. She had, in the language of her life, moved on. The personal unconscious had not moved on. The personal unconscious had been keeping the appointment every night for 25 years. This is what Jung meant by the personal unconscious speaking. Not metaphorically, in the most literal sense available to a mind that cannot use words directly, through the body, through emotion, through the timing of waking, through the particular flavor of a fear that has no present-day object. The personal unconscious contains everything you have ever experienced that did not fully integrate into consciousness. Bessel van der Kolk, working more than half a century after Jung with the tools of neuroscience, would confirm what Jung observed clinically. The body keeps the score. The nervous system encodes experience that the conscious mind files away as resolved. The filing cabinet is not sealed. Things leak. But Jung was not primarily a trauma theorist. He was interested in something slightly different. Not just what gets stored, but how it gets stored. What form does unprocessed experience take in the unconscious? How does it organize itself? The answer he arrived at is one of the most useful ideas in depth psychology. It organizes itself into complexes. A complex is not simply a memory. It is a cluster, an emotionally charged constellation of images, memories, feelings, and body sensations that accumulate around a central theme and act as a kind of sub-personality within the larger psyche. The mother complex, the father complex, the inferiority complex, a term originally from Alfred Adler that Jung adopted and refined. A complex is not pathological in itself. We all have them. The question is whether you are running the complex or the complex is running you. When something triggers a complex, you do not simply have a thought about the triggering event, you enter a state. The complex activates its full emotional charge, its associated memories, its habitual way of interpreting the world, and for the duration of its activation, it colors everything you see. You may have noticed this. A conversation that began as ordinary shifts suddenly into something charged. The other person said something small. You responded from somewhere larger, from a place that feels older than today. The disproportionate reaction, the familiar texture of a feeling that you recognize, not from this situation, but from somewhere else, somewhere further back. That is a complex speaking. Nothing to correct right now, just to notice. Marie-Louise von France, who worked closely with Jung for more than 30 years and extended his ideas with remarkable precision, wrote that the complex is never fully dissolved. It can only be integrated, understood, deprived of its autonomy. You cannot surgically remove your mother complex. You can learn to see when it has taken the wheel. The personal unconscious, then, is a collection of these structures. Not chaos, a kind of order, but an order built by necessity and experience rather than by deliberate choice. And the fact that it speaks through symptoms, through repetitive patterns, through the recurring dream you have been having for years is not a malfunction. It is a form of intelligence. Let your breath find its own rhythm. The system is not broken. The system is communicating. Let us go deeper now into the specific form that communication takes when it crosses the threshold into the conscious mind. Chapter 6. Complexes that quietly rule us. There is a man. He is 51 years old. He has a good job, a stable marriage, children he loves. He describes himself as pretty easygoing, and he is, until his boss criticizes his work. When that happens, something changes. Not slightly, dramatically. He goes cold. He withdraws. He replays the criticism for days, sometimes weeks, passing every word. His wife notices he seems to disappear for a while. He always comes back. But the going away is real. He does not connect this to his father. His father criticized him constantly. Not cruelly, the father believed criticism was love, that pointing out flaws was the responsible act of a man who cared about his son's development. The son heard every word, filed them, grew up, left the house, built a life. The complex remained. Jung would say, the complex was constellated. Each time the boss's voice carries the frequency of the father's voice, not in content, not necessarily in intent, but in some quality of tone, of authority, of evaluation. The constellation activates. The boy who could not respond to his father now runs the man who could. The emotion is not disproportionate to the original experience. It is precisely proportionate to it. It just has the wrong address. This is one of the most common ways complexes work, through displacement. The original emotion cannot be expressed in its original context. The child cannot confront the father, so it finds a substitute target. Later, in adult life, the substitute target receives the full weight of what was never said. Donald Winnicott, the British psychoanalyst, wrote with great precision about the development of the false self, the adaptive self that forms in response to an environment that cannot hold the true self. The false self becomes very good at predicting what is required and producing it. What it cannot do is feel at home. The complex and the false self are related phenomena. Both represent the psyche's extraordinary capacity for adaptation. Both exact a cost. The cost is a kind of internal division, a part of you that performs and a part of you that watches the performance with growing fatigue. Let your jaw soften. Feel where your body holds tension right now. You don't need to change it, just notice it. Jung was careful not to pathologize the complex entirely. He argued that complexes are also the seeds of creativity. The wound that produces the complex also produces sensitivity, depth, the capacity for connection. The poet whose father was emotionally unavailable writes about absence with such precision that other people feel seen. The complex, turned towards something generative, becomes a gift. James Hillman, the post-Jungian psychologist who worked in the latter half of the 20th century, took this further. In Revisioning Psychology, published in 1975, he argued that the psyche's complexity, its internal multiplicity, its many sub-personalities and competing voices, is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be inhabited. The many voices inside a person are not all pathological. Some are creative, some are wise, some are ancient. The work is not to silence the complexes. It is to learn which voice is speaking at any given moment. Right now, as you lie in the quiet of tonight, The day's complexes are slowly discharging. The emotional charge that built through the hours is looking for release. Sleep is one of the most efficient mechanisms the mind has for this discharge, provided you do not use the final hour before sleep to reactivate what the system was trying to put down. The body knows this without being told. Let the day's charge go. The complexes will wait. There is something in you that has been patient for a very long time. And beneath the complexes, beneath the personal unconscious entirely, something older is waiting to show you its face. But first, there is a piece Jung spent years on that most people skip, and without it, the rest does not quite make sense. The body, the symptom, the meaning hidden in the place that hurts. There is a useful distinction the Jungians draw between an ego-syntonic complex and an ego-dystonic one. An ego-syntonic complex is so thoroughly integrated into the self-image that the person does not experience it as a complex at all. It simply feels like who they are. The person who defines themselves through suffering, who has organized their entire identity around victimhood, is not experiencing the victimhood complex as an imposition. It is them. The complex is the self. An ego-dystonic complex produces more obvious distress, the reaction that the person recognizes, even as it is happening, as disproportionate. The part that knows, even while it is being swept away, that this is the old thing again. Both forms are equally active. The ego-syntonic complex may actually be more entrenched because its invisibility protects it from examination. Jung observed that the degree of emotion produced by a complex is inversely proportional to its integration. The more fully integrated a complex becomes, the more conscious its core content, the less autonomy it has, the less it can hijack the personality without warning. The fully conscious wound does not ambush. It is simply part of the landscape. The work of making the unconscious conscious is not, in this sense, a philosophical exercise. It has a direct practical consequence: the reduction of autonomous psychological activity. The complex known is the complex partially tamed, not eliminated. Tamed. The grizzly bear of the unconscious does not become a house cat. It becomes a grizzly bear you have met, whose territory you understand, whose signs you can read. That is sufficient. That is, in fact, quite a lot. Chapter 7. Why Symptoms Have Meaning. In the winter of 1906, a woman came to Jung at Burgholzli with what she described as a clenched fist, not the hand, but the feeling. She was, she said, always braced for something. She could not stop bracing. It had cost her 2 relationships and 1 good job. The bracing had outlasted everything it was originally designed to protect her from. Jung asked her, "What is inside the fist?" She had never been asked that. After several sessions, she found an answer. Inside the fist was a voice that said, "If you relax, something will go wrong. If you relax, you will be surprised." And to be surprised, to be caught unprepared, was for her the most intolerable thing imaginable. More than loss, more than pain, The unpreparedness itself was the thing. That belief had a history. Her mother had been unpredictable, not violent, unpredictable. The mood that greeted her each morning was unknown until she opened the door. She had learned, very young, to read the room before entering it. The fist was the reading of the room permanently installed. The symptom was not the problem. The symptom was the solution to a problem that no longer existed in the original form. This is one of Jung's most useful clinical ideas, and it remains underused. The symptom is meaningful, not just as evidence of a disturbance, as a communication. As the psyche's best available response to a situation that overloaded its ordinary resources. The panic attack that arrives on the way to a meeting, the headache that appears every Sunday afternoon, the fatigue that deepens specifically when a certain task is on the list. These are not random malfunctions. They are the body and the psyche saying something in the loudest language available that cannot yet be said in words. Viktor Frankl, who built his logotherapy on the premise that meaning is the deepest human need, would not have surprised Jung with this observation. Frankl saw that meaninglessness produces suffering, and that suffering, rightly interpreted, points toward meaning. The two men were working adjacent territories, approaching the same truth from different directions. Bessel van der Kolk's research, decades later, would add the neuroscientific layer. The body encodes traumatic experience in the nervous system in ways that bypass conscious memory. Healing is not primarily a cognitive process. It cannot be fully achieved by understanding alone. The body must also be involved in its own resolution. Jung knew this before the neuroscience existed to confirm it. He trusted what he saw in his clinic, that the most profound shifts in patients came not from intellectual insight alone, but from something more total. A moment when the body, the emotion, and the understanding arrived simultaneously. He called this the transcendent function, the psyche's capacity to hold two seemingly opposite positions in tension long enough that something new, a third thing, emerges that neither position could have produced alone. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the heaviness in your legs. There is nothing to solve tonight. The solving is done for today. If you have a symptom, physical, emotional, habitual, Jung would ask not, "How do I get rid of this?" but, "What is this trying to tell me that I have not yet been able to hear?" That question does not require an answer tonight. It only needs to be kept open, gently, like a window. Something in the psyche always moves toward health, not toward the idea of health, as society defines it, toward wholeness, which includes the difficult, the contradictory, the unresolved. The symptom is part of wholeness asking to be included. John Bowlby, whose attachment theory mapped the way early relational experiences shape the nervous system's baseline setting, wrote that the insecure attachment pattern is not a flaw, but an adaptation. The child who develops hypervigilance in an unpredictable environment is not developing badly. The child is developing correctly. for that environment. The problem arrives only when the environment changes, when the adult carries an adaptation designed for danger into a life that no longer contains the original danger. The fist still clenched in a room that is safe. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. You are already here, already breathing, already without effort, allowing the body to do what the body knows. The system is moving toward rest. Let it. Chapter 8. Dreams as Night Messages. In 1909, Carl Jung traveled to America with Sigmund Freud and a third colleague, Sandor Ferenczi. They were invited to Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts, to deliver a series of lectures on psychoanalysis. On the 7-day Atlantic crossing, the three men analyzed each other's dreams each morning. Freud's dream revealed something personal. Freud refused to share the background material. Jung asked why. Freud said, "I cannot risk my authority." Jung wrote later that this was the moment he understood that Freud's system had a ceiling, a point beyond which the man who built it would not follow his own method. The method required surrendering the ego's control to the truth of what emerged. The man was unwilling to fully surrender. Jung never forgot this. He tried to live his own method more completely, which meant taking his own dreams as seriously as his waking conclusions and trusting that the night mind could see what the day mind missed. What is a dream exactly in Jung's framework? A dream is a spontaneous production of the unconscious, unfiltered by the ego's censorship, unmanaged by the persona, unconcerned with social acceptability or logical consistency. In a dream, images arise from the deeper layers of the psyche and present themselves in a language that is not the language of rational thought, the language of symbol, of metaphor, of scene. Jung disagreed with Freud about what this language means. Freud read dreams primarily as disguised wish fulfillment, the unconscious wanting something the ego would not allow in waking life, dressing the desire in symbolism to slip past the censor. Sexual dreams are not really about sex, said Freud. They are about power. Aggressive dreams are not really about violence. They are about desire. Everything translates back to the personal, the instinctual, the repressed. Jung said, not only. Sometimes a dream means what it shows, and sometimes it shows something the dreamer has not yet consciously understood and genuinely needs to know. He called this the prospective function of the dream, not just backward-looking, excavating the past, but forward-looking. The dream as the psyche's attempt to prepare the conscious mind for something that is coming, or to compensate for a one-sidedness in waking life. A man who is excessively rational in his daily life may dream of floods, of overwhelming feeling, of a world in which reason is of no use. The dream is not punishing him, it is informing him. The psyche is balancing itself. A woman who is too accommodating, who has suppressed her own anger for years in service of everyone else's comfort, may dream of fire, of destruction, of herself as a figure with no compromises. The dream is not violent, It is honest. Let your breath move easily. Feel the room around you, the darkness, the quiet, the particular temperature of the air. Erich Neumann, Jung's student who worked in Tel Aviv and wrote extensively on consciousness and the unconscious, described dreams as the night conversation between the ego and the larger self, the capitalized self that Jung distinguished from the small ego, the organizing center of the whole psyche, conscious and unconscious alike. In that conversation, the self speaks in images because images carry more meaning than concepts. A single dream image, a house with a room you did not know existed, a figure standing at the edge of a field, a child running toward water, holds more psychological information than could be stated in a paragraph. You have had dreams like this, not the ones you forget, the ones you remember for years. Those are the ones the deeper self wanted you to carry. Jung did not provide a dictionary of dream symbols. He was suspicious of any system that assigned fixed meanings to images. Snake always means this. Water always means that. The image means something specific within the life of the specific dreamer. Context is everything. What he did offer was a method. Amplify the image. Hold it. Ask what feeling it carries. Ask where else that feeling lives in waking life. Ask what the image wants from you, if anything. The dream is not a code to be cracked. It is a conversation to be continued. And tonight, as sleep approaches, that conversation is getting ready to begin. Chapter 9. Symbols beneath thought. There is a symbol so old that no culture invented it. It appears carved into cave walls in southern France 40,000 years ago. It appears in the temple complexes of ancient Egypt. It appears in the sand paintings of the Navajo, in the rose windows of medieval cathedrals, in the spontaneous drawings of children who have never been to any of those places. The circle with a center, the mandala. Jung encountered it first in his own experience. During the difficult years after 1913, as he was descending into the confrontation with his own unconscious, he began each morning to draw a small circular figure in a notebook. He did not know why. He only knew that when he had drawn it, something settled. The day organized itself around it. It was only years later, when he encountered the Tibetan Buddhist sand mandala tradition through the work of Richard Wilhelm, the German scholar of Chinese philosophy, that Jung understood what he had been drawing. The mandala is a symbol of psychic wholeness, the self organizing itself around a center, not as theology, as psychology. The psyche, under sufficient pressure, returns to this image spontaneously, across every culture that has left a record. This was the evidence that convinced Jung most thoroughly of the collective unconscious. The personal unconscious could not explain why a depressed woman in Zurich and a shaman in Central Asia and a 14th century Christian mystic all drew the same figure at moments of interior crisis. The personal explanation runs out. Something deeper had to account for it. A symbol, in Jung's definition, is not a sign. A sign points to something known. A red light means stop. An arrow points a direction. A symbol points towards something that cannot yet be fully expressed in any other way, something that is being understood, not yet understood, at the edge of comprehension. The symbol is the psyche's tool for approaching what it cannot yet hold direct. Richard Wilhelm's translation of the I Ching and the Secret of the Golden Flower, which he worked on with Jung, opened a door into the symbolic tradition of Chinese thought. Jung was not trying to import Eastern philosophy. He was looking for confirmation, other traditions that had observed the same psychological phenomena and found ways to work with them that the Western tradition had not. He found it everywhere. Joseph Campbell, who would later become the most widely read popularizer of these ideas in his work The Hero with a Thousand Faces, was building on precisely what Jung established. The idea that myth is not primitive error, but symbolic communication. The hero's descent into the underworld, the return with a gift, the death and rebirth pattern. These are not stories about literal events. They are maps of the psyche's own process, of what happens when consciousness encounters the unconscious and comes back changed. Let your jaw soften. Nothing asks anything of you tonight. The ideas are moving through. You can follow them or let them pass. William Blake, the English visionary poet writing at the end of the 18th century, saw this clearly before psychology had a vocabulary for it. He wrote about the doors of perception, the idea that ordinary waking life operates through a narrow slit of awareness, and that something larger was always pressing against the glass. He called it imagination. Jung called it the symbolic life. To live symbolically is not to be superstitious. It is to understand that the literal level of experience is never the only level. The argument you had at dinner was also about something else. The city you cannot bring yourself to leave is also a version of something internal. The dream that troubled your sleep 3 weeks ago is still working in you in ways you cannot yet articulate. The symbol is the mind's way of holding more truth than language can carry. And tonight, in the space between waking and sleep, the symbolic layer is becoming more available. The images that come in the hypnagogic state, the edge of sleep, are not random noise. They are the psyche, shifting into its native tongue. Let your body grow heavier. The symbols know where they are going. There is a moment in the clinical literature that Jung described more than once in different contexts, because it moved him. A young woman came to him with a dream in which she was given a golden cup. In the dream, she understood the cup was precious, not monetarily, but in some absolute sense. She woke trying to hold it. She could not explain why the image mattered. Jung did not interpret it immediately. He asked her to draw it. She drew it, a round vessel with a specific curve to its lip. He looked at it for a long time and then asked about the curve. She said it was the way her grandmother had held her hands when she was very small, cupped, receiving. The symbol was not obscure. It was entirely personal, and it was also simultaneously ancient. The vessel as the feminine receptive principle, as the container of value, as the shape of what nourishes. This image runs through every culture's sacred art, from pottery vessels in the Neolithic to the Holy Grail of medieval Christianity. The personal and the collective were present in the same image, at the same moment. This is what the symbol does that the concept cannot. It holds multiple layers of meaning simultaneously without forcing any of them to yield to the others. The cup means grandmother's hands and sacred vessel and personal grief and collective inheritance and the dreamer's own unlived tenderness all at once. The concept, nurturance, says none of this. It points at the general category. The symbol inhabits the specific and opens it toward the universal. Let your breath move. The images that visit you tonight will carry multiple layers. You do not need to understand all of them. Understanding one is enough. Chapter 10, The Shadow We Avoid. There is a story that circulates in Jungian circles. A man goes for a walk in the sunshine. He notices that wherever he goes, a dark shape follows him, attached to his feet, mimicking his every movement. Alarmed, he runs. The shape runs too. He turns. It turns. He stands very still and stares at it. It stares back. This is the shadow, not the enemy. The part of you that has been with you since you first learned what was acceptable. Jung defined the shadow as the sum of all the qualities, impulses, desires, and characteristics that the conscious ego has deemed unacceptable and pushed into the unconscious. Not evil necessarily, though it can carry what we culturally label as evil. More precisely, rejected, unsuitable for public performance, incompatible with the self-image the ego has constructed. A man raised to be gentle and accommodating at all costs will push his anger into the shadow. He will not be an angry man, consciously. He will instead develop a persistent, low-level irritation he cannot explain. Sudden eruptions that shock him, inexplicable loathing for people who show the anger he refuses to own. A woman raised to be modest and self-effacing will push her ambition, her pride, her desire to be seen into the shadow. She will not be ambitious consciously. She may be quietly paralyzed by resentment toward people who succeed without apology, without understanding why they bother her so specifically. The shadow content is revealed most clearly in projection. Let us hold that for the next chapter. For now, the shadow is not pathological in itself, it is universal. Jung wrote that a person without a shadow would be less than fully human, someone who had managed to be purely good, purely consistent, purely who they presented themselves as being. The shadow is the proof that you are real, that you contain contradictions, that you have not been ironed flat by the demands of acceptable personhood. The shadow also contains potential. Everything pushed into the shadow was pushed there for a reason, but that reason was often social rather than genuinely moral. The anger you suppressed was not always wrong. Sometimes it was the healthiest response available to a real injustice, and you suppressed it because the environment could not hold it. In the shadow, that anger waited. Alongside your genuine gifts, the creativity, the raw honesty, the directness, that also went underground because they were too much for the spaces you learned to occupy. Redeeming the shadow is not about releasing every impulse that was ever pushed down. It is about a conscious dialogue, recognizing what is there, understanding why it went underground, deciding deliberately what belongs in daylight and what is genuinely better left in shadow. Robert Louis Stevenson wrote The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde in 1886. He claimed the story came to him in a dream, that he wrote the first draft in a fever of 3 to 6 days directly from dream material. Jung read it as the clearest literary portrayal of a shadow that was never integrated. Hyde was not invented by Jekyll, but revealed by him, the consequence of sustained repression. Let your shoulders drop. The shadow you carry is not your worst self. It is the self that was never given the right conditions to find its rightful place. Meister Eckhart, the medieval German mystic, wrote in language that startles by its psychological precision that the soul must travel through its own darkness to find its ground. He was a theologian, but the observation is psychological. The ground of the self is not reached by staying in the light. Jung agreed. The shadow is not the end of the descent. It is the beginning. And in the next layer, we find something even more specific, the way the shadow materializes in the face of other people. The poet W.H. Auden, writing in 1947, described what he called the defensive ironist, the person so thoroughly armored against their own sincerity that they cannot be touched, cannot be moved, cannot be reached. The armor is the refusal to acknowledge the shadow, specifically the shadow of earnestness, of genuine need, of the wanting to be seen that the sophisticated adult has learned to perform away. Jung would have recognized this immediately. The shadow is not always rage or greed. Sometimes it is tenderness. Sometimes it is the simple human need that was too risky to show. The content of the shadow is always specific to the person and their history. The culture also has a collective shadow, the qualities it systematically devalues, pushes to the margins, refuses to acknowledge in itself. In a culture that worships productivity, rest is shadow. In a culture that worships toughness, vulnerability is shadow. In a culture that worships youth, age is shadow. Individuals absorb the cultural shadow as their own. They suppress in themselves what the culture suppresses, not through deliberate choice, but through the ordinary mechanism of social learning. The things that receive disapproval, silence, or ridicule went underground. The things that received warmth, praise, or reward developed. Recovering the shadow at both the individual and cultural level is one of the essential psychological and political projects of any era. Not to celebrate everything that was suppressed. Some of what is in the shadow belongs there, but to bring it into the light of consciousness, where it can be examined rather than simply running. What runs unconscious runs the show. What is seen can be chosen. Chapter 11. Projection and Hidden Motives. There is a quality in another person that fills you with a disproportionate reaction. Not ordinary dislike or ordinary admiration, something stronger. Something that hooks you, that you return to, that has a particular emotional charge that does not quite match the actual circumstances. That charge is yours. Projection is the mechanism by which the psyche deposits into the external world what it cannot hold internally. What you do not know about yourself, you will see in others with great clarity, with great certainty, and usually with great emotion. The man who cannot own his dishonesty will feel surrounded by dishonest people. Not because dishonesty is unusually common in his environment, but because his perceptual system is tuned with exquisite precision to recognize in others the characteristic he has suppressed in himself. The recognition is genuine. Dishonest people do exist. But his reaction, the heat of it, the fixation of it, comes from the shadow, not the situation. This is projection, outward, shadow projection. There is also projection inward, anima and animus projection, which we will reach shortly. And there is positive projection, the idealization of another person, the sense that they embody everything worthwhile, that your entire sense of well-being has been transferred to this other person and lives there, in their approval, in their presence. Romantic love, in its early stages, is largely this. The beloved is not seen, they are projected upon. They carry the weight of an ideal that actually belongs to the projecting person's own unlived potential. When the projection lifts, as it always eventually does, the beloved appears as a person, real, flawed, specific. Not the carrier of the projection, but someone distinct from it. This is the moment many relationships end, and the moment, if one stays with it, when love, as something real, can actually begin. Jung observed this pattern across thousands of clinical hours. He was not cynical about love. He was precise about its mechanism. Edward Edinger, the American Jungian analyst whose Ego and Archetype, published in 1972, remains one of the clearest introductions to these ideas, described projection as the psyche's unconscious attempt to see itself. You cannot see your own back without a mirror. The outer world, specifically, the people who provoke the strongest reactions in you, serves as a mirror for what the unconscious contains. This is not flattering to the ego. The ego prefers to believe its perceptions are accurate, its reactions proportionate, its judgments objective. Projection reveals that none of these assumptions are fully reliable. Let your breath move easily. Nothing you hear tonight is a criticism. It is a description. The psyche projects because that is what it does before it can see. Understanding projection is not an accusation of irrationality. It is a map toward greater clarity. Practical application, not as an assignment, but as an observation. The person who irritates you most specifically may be showing you something about yourself that is worth examining. Not everything. Sometimes people are genuinely difficult. But the specific charge, the hook, the persistent return to the irritation, that is a signal worth receiving. The person you most admire, in whom you see qualities you could not possibly have yourself, that too is worth examining. The qualities you see in them may be more available to you than you have allowed yourself to believe. The projection, retrieved, becomes resource. James Hillman, in The Soul's Code, published in 1996, argued that each person carries an image of their own potential, a kind of innate calling or destiny, what he called the acorn theory of the self. What we project onto heroes and ideals is often the shape of that potential, seen from outside before it can be lived from inside. That is a beautiful and generous idea. Feel the weight of your body. The mirror is everywhere tonight. But you do not need to look at it right now. You just need to rest. Chapter 12. The persona we perform. In the Greek theatre of the 5th century BCE, actors wore masks called personae, from the Latin per sonare, to sound through. The mask was the character. The actor behind it was irrelevant to the audience. The persona was what the drama required. Jung borrowed the word precisely. The persona is the mask we develop for social life. The public face, the professional presentation, the collection of behaviors and attitudes we have learned are appropriate for the contexts we inhabit. Doctor, mother, manager, the responsible one, the funny one, the one who always has it together. The persona is necessary. Without some version of it, social life is impossible. The intimate self cannot be presented to every context. The vulnerability that belongs in a marriage cannot be performed at a business meeting. The playfulness that belongs in a friendship would be strange in a hospital consultation. The persona is the adaptive surface that allows the self to move through social space with minimum friction. The danger is not having a persona. The danger is forgetting it is a mask. When the persona is over-identified with the ego, when the doctor believes he is only a doctor, when the respectable man believes his respectability exhausts his identity, the psyche takes action. Usually, this action is unwelcome. The dream that shows you as powerless, as naked, as caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. The inexplicable fatigue that strikes specifically when the performance is most required. The depression that arrives not in difficulty but at the height of apparent success. The persona has been maintained at cost. The cost is the unlived self, the genuine self, with its needs and contradictions and unacceptable responses, which has been building pressure in the shadow while the performance continued. Donald Winnicott called this the false self, the accommodating surface that learned in childhood to produce whatever the environment rewarded. The false self is not dishonest in any simple sense. It genuinely provides. It is kind. It is capable. It is reliable. What it cannot do is feel at home in its own skin. A man of 60 came to see a Jungian analyst in London. He had retired 2 years earlier from a career as a barrister. He was, everyone told him, fortunate, good health, financial stability, a family that loved him. He came to the analyst because he felt he did not know who he was anymore. The barrister was gone, and he realized he had not known who was underneath. 40 years of persona, and beneath it, waiting, a person he had last spoken to somewhere in his mid-20s. The analyst's name was Anthony Storr. He wrote extensively on solitude and the inner life, and his observation of this pattern in his clinical work was consistent. The persona hardens across a life not through malice, but through efficiency. It works so well that the investment in it crowds out the rest. Let your jaw soften. You are not your title. You are not your reputation. You are not the version of yourself that others need you to be. Tonight you are simply here, breathing in the dark, wearing no mask. The persona is set aside. What remains? That question does not need an answer right now. It just needs to be allowed to sit in the space. And beneath the persona, something less managed, something more genuine, is breathing quietly alongside you. There is a moment that many people recognize if they are honest about it. The moment when you catch yourself performing for an audience that is no longer in the room, alone, in the car, walking between one building and another, and still holding the posture, still modulating the voice, still maintaining the expression that belongs to the context you have just left or the context you are about to enter. The persona has become habitual. It runs on its own. This is not deception in any simple sense. The persona is not a lie. It is a social reality, a real aspect of the self adapted for social function. The professional competence is real. The warmth in the meeting is real. The careful presentation of the difficult news is real care. But habituation turns it automatic. And what is automatic is no longer fully chosen. The question becomes, in the moments between performances, what is the quality of the person who is not performing? Jung wrote about this in relation to the second half of life, specifically. He had observed that people who had been most thoroughly identified with their personas, most successful in the professional and social sense, often experienced the most disorienting moments of transition when the performance was interrupted. Retirement, illness, the departure of the last child, the sudden gap in the schedule that the persona had always filled. The persona leaves. And the question it leaves behind is ancient and difficult. Who are you when there is no one to be it for? Anthony Storr, in his careful study of the creative lives of people who produce their most important work in solitude, found that the capacity to be genuinely alone, to tolerate one's own company without the scaffolding of role and relationship, was not merely a preference, it was a developmental achievement. And for many highly social, highly successful people, it was an achievement that had been deferred for decades. The night is teaching this now, without audience, without agenda, simply here. Chapter 13, Anxiety and the Divided Self. In the consulting room at his house on Seestrasse in Kusnacht, overlooking Lake Zurich, Carl Jung saw a particular pattern repeat across decades of clinical work. It was not the dramatic, the frank psychosis, the acute breakdown. It was the quiet pattern. The patient who functioned well, who met their obligations, who from the outside was managing fine, and who arrived year after year across every decade of the 20th century with the same complaint, an unspecific anxiety, a persistent unease, a sense that they were living slightly beside themselves, not inside their own life. Adjacent to it, Jung named what he was seeing: the divided self. Not the split of the clinical literature, not dissociation in the pathological sense, but the ordinary, nearly universal division between the life being lived and the life being felt, between the ego's managed presentation and the deeper current that ran beneath it. Anxiety, in this framework, is often not primarily a disorder, it is a signal. The psyche's way of registering that the division is becoming unsustainable, that something is being asked for which there is not yet an answer, that the gap between the surface self and the deeper self has grown to a point that the nervous system is registering as alarm. Soren Kierkegaard, a century before Jung was practicing, had described anxiety as the dizziness of freedom, the vertigo that comes with the awareness that you must choose, that you are not determined, that the self is not fixed but in the process of becoming. Jung had read Kierkegaard carefully. He understood that anxiety was not always the enemy. Sometimes it was the invitation. The invitation to what? To stop managing, to stop maintaining the performance long enough to ask what is actually happening in the deeper levels of the system. This is counterintuitive. The first instinct when anxiety arrives is to do more, to fill the schedule, to address the practical causes, to organize, to plan, to produce. Sometimes this is appropriate. Anxiety about a genuine external threat is functional. It mobilizes resources, focuses attention, prepares a response. But the anxiety Jung was most interested in was the kind that the practical response never reliably fixed. The anxiety that returned after every problem was solved. The anxiety that seemed to have no object, or whose object kept changing. First it was money, then it was health, then it was relationships, then it was something about the future that could not be named. This anxiety is tracking something real. It is just not tracking the external objects it appears to be tracking. Let your shoulders drop. Feel where your body holds the day's residue. You don't need to fix it. Just let the attention rest there for a moment. Irvin Yalom, whose work in existential psychiatry built directly on the tradition that includes both Jung and Kierkegaard, identified 4 core existential anxieties: death, freedom, isolation, and meaninglessness. These are not pathological concerns. They are the facts of existence. Facts that every human being with full consciousness must eventually face. The anxiety that has no apparent object is often the anxiety of one of these facts briefly surfacing. The divided self is divided precisely here, between the ego's preference for manageability and the deeper self's insistence on acknowledging the full weight of being alive. Integration is not the elimination of anxiety. It is the capacity to hold the anxiety without being wholly determined by it. To say, yes, this is real, this is part of being a person with a finite life and an uncertain future, and genuine needs and losses, and to keep living from the deeper ground anyway. Tonight, the anxiety does not need an answer. It just needs, for once, to not be fought. Let it be there. Let the body be there with it. Something in you already knows how to rest inside the difficult things. Chapter 14. The Inner Critic and Shame. There is a voice. You know it. It arrives usually when you are tired, or when something has gone wrong, or in the quiet of the night when the ordinary defenses of a busy day are not available. It speaks in a tone that is familiar, sometimes the tone of a specific person from your past, sometimes a tone that seems to belong to no one in particular, and yet carries more authority than you would ever assign it if you were asked directly whether it should have any authority at all. It says, not enough. It says, what were you thinking? It says, everyone can see through you. It says, this is who you really are. Jung called this figure the inner critic, or more precisely, located it as part of the shadow complex, the internalized voice of judgment that was once external and has now been fully absorbed. Freud called it the superego. The name matters less than the recognition. What is this voice? Where did it come from? It came from somewhere specific. It is not a timeless truth about your character. It is a recording made at a particular point in your development of the evaluations placed on you by people with power over your life. The parent who communicated through look or word or silence that you were insufficient. The teacher who made an example of your failure in front of others. The early peer group whose acceptance was conditional on standards you could not always meet. The recording was made. The original voice eventually left the room. The recording kept playing. And here is the particularly cruel architecture of it. The shame that accompanies the inner critic's voice is not the same as guilt. Guilt says, I did something bad. Shame says, I am something bad. Guilt is bounded, it can be addressed, repaired, resolved. Shame is totalizing. It is not about what you did, it is about what you are. Jung understood shame as one of the most isolating of human experiences precisely because it hides itself. Guilt one can confess, shame one protects. To show another person the shameful core you believe yourself to have is to risk confirming it, to show the thing and have the other person recoil. And so the inner critic is kept private. It does its work at 3 a.m., alone. Brené Brown, the researcher whose work on shame and vulnerability has reached millions of people, confirms what Jungian clinicians have observed for decades. Shame cannot survive being named and witnessed. It requires secrecy to maintain its authority. The moment shame is spoken aloud to a non-judgmental witness, its grip loosens. Not because the words are magic, but because the act of naming restores the boundary between "I did something difficult" and "I am something failed." Let your jaw soften. Nothing here is a judgment. Nothing here is adding to the voice. The inner critic is not wrong about everything. Sometimes its assessments point toward genuine areas of development, real patterns worth examining. But even when it is pointing at something real, the tone is wrong. The self cannot grow under the relentless application of contempt. Growth requires a degree of safety. James Hillman wrote that soul requires care, not attack. The psyche opens under warmth and closes under assault, even the assault that comes from within. The inner critic is a complex. It was constructed from the outside, installed without consent, and has been running largely unchecked since it was established. Recognizing it as a complex, as a structure with a history, not a verdict with authority, does not silence it immediately. But it changes the relationship to it. It is a voice. It is not the voice. And tonight, the voice does not have the floor. Tonight, there is only this: the body at rest, the breath moving, the mind slowly releasing its grip on what it cannot change before morning. Let your breath deepen on its own. Chapter 15. Archetypes older than memory. In 1920, at a conference in Bern, Jung presented a paper that would become the foundation of one of his most important and most misunderstood contributions. He proposed that the collective unconscious was not structured randomly, that it was organized around certain recurring patterns, certain universal templates for human experience, which he called archetypes. Archetype, from the Greek arche, original, and typos, pattern or stamp, the original pattern from which all copies are made. The archetypes are not images. Jung was careful about this. The archetype itself is an empty form, a pattern of potential, a disposition towards certain kinds of experience. The images that fill the archetype are culturally specific. The Great Mother looks different in a Hindu temple and a Norse saga and a Mexican mural. But the pattern, the mother nourishing and devouring, life-giving and engulfing, is the same underlying structure across all of them. This distinction matters because it explains both the universality of certain symbolic themes and the infinite variety in their expression. Think of the hero. Across every culture that has produced stories, and every culture has, there is a hero figure. The young person who faces an overwhelming challenge, who descends into darkness or confrontation with great danger, who returns, if they survive, with something that the community needs. Gilgamesh, Odysseus, Beowulf, the Buddha, the stories of indigenous peoples on every continent. The pattern repeats because it maps a genuinely universal human experience. The confrontation between the emerging ego and the overwhelming complexity of life. Joseph Campbell, in his 1949 work The Hero with a Thousand Faces, traced this pattern across cultures so systematically that the book became a founding text of comparative mythology. He called the pattern the monomyth. He was building directly on Jung's framework, extending it into narrative and cultural analysis. But Jung was interested in more than stories. He was interested in what these patterns do inside a living psyche. When an archetype is activated, by circumstances, by a stage of life, by an encounter with a particular experience, it brings with it the full weight of the pattern it carries. It brings energy, compulsion, a kind of overwhelming quality. The person in the grip of the hero archetype is capable of extraordinary courage and extraordinary blindness. The person in the grip of the mother archetype may feel both the tenderness and the terrible possessiveness that the pattern contains. Archetypes are not gentle, they are immense. They belong to a level of the psyche much deeper than the individual. Marie-Louise von Franz, in her studies of fairy tales and alchemy, showed that the archetypes are not just historical curiosities, they are alive in the contemporary psyche, shaping experience in ways that the ego, with its preference for rationality, does not always recognize. Let your breath find its own rhythm. Feel the weight of your body. The archetypes are not something you adopt, they are something you discover are already operating in your life. The moments of overwhelming love, of irrational courage, of grief that is too large for its apparent cause, these may be moments when the archetype has broken through the personal layer and is moving through you directly. This is not frightening once you recognize it. It is almost clarifying. The enormity makes sense. The feeling is larger than you because it belongs to something larger than you. You are a person, and you are also connected to something that has been moving through human experience for as long as human experience has existed. That connection is one of the things that makes the quiet bearable. Let us go one layer deeper now. Jung described an encounter with an archetype as qualitatively different from an encounter with an ordinary experience. There is an overwhelming quality to it, a sense of something larger than the individual entering the field, a numinosity that does not belong to the ordinary register of human feeling. The person in the grip of the mother archetype, through the birth of a child, through the death of a parent, through any experience that activates the primal matrix, does not simply have strong emotions. They encounter something that feels transpersonal, larger than what a single human being should be able to produce. This is, in Jung's understanding, precisely what is happening. The archetype is not personal. It belongs to the collective layer. When it activates in an individual life, the individual is, briefly and overwhelmingly, carrying something that belongs to the whole species. The grief that is disproportionate to its apparent cause, the terror that exceeds the actual threat, the joy that seems to expand beyond its container. These are often moments when the archetypal level has broken through the personal one. They are not pathological, they are visitations. The capacity to recognize them as such, to say, in the midst of overwhelming experience, this is larger than me, and that is appropriate because it is larger than me, is one of the gifts that Jungian psychology offers. Not to diminish the experience, to contextualize it, to understand that the extremity is not evidence of damage, but of depth. You are not broken when you feel things too large for your apparent circumstances. You are, at those moments, in contact with something real. Chapter 16. The Collective Unconscious. In the spring of 1906, Jung was working with a patient at Bergholzli, a man with chronic paranoid schizophrenia who spent most of his time staring at the sun through the barred window of his ward. One morning, the man beckoned Jung over and asked him to look at something. He directed Jung's attention to the sun and said that if Jung looked carefully, he could see that the sun had a phallus, and that this phallus was the origin of the wind. Jung noted the observation and moved on. 4 years later, in 1910, he encountered a recently published study by the classical scholar Albrecht Dieterich on a Greek magical papyrus from the 2nd century AD. The text described a Mithraic ritual in which the initiate looked toward the sun and saw hanging down from it a tube, the origin of the wind. The patient had never read this text. The text had not been published when the patient made his observation. The patient, by all clinical evidence, had no knowledge of Mithraic mystery cults, of Hellenistic magical papyri, of ancient solar symbolism. The image had come from somewhere beyond his personal history. This was one of the experiences that convinced Jung most viscerally that the collective unconscious was not a theoretical construct, but a clinical reality. The human mind, at its depths, draws from a common pool, a shared symbolic inheritance that predates any individual life and transcends any individual culture. The philosopher and psychiatrist Karl Jaspers, writing contemporaneously with Jung, was skeptical. He believed that the evidence could be explained through forgotten cultural transmission, what he called cryptomnesia, the reading of something and then forgetting you read it while retaining the content. Jung considered this possibility seriously. In some cases it applied, in others, including the Bergholzli case, it could not account for the evidence. He pressed on. The collective unconscious contains the archetypes, those organizing patterns we explored in the last chapter. It also contains something Jung called primordial images, specific symbolic scenarios that appear across human cultures in broadly similar form. The creation story, the flood, the dying god who returns, the descent to the underworld, the marriage of opposites. These are not stories people invented independently. They are stories people recognized, arising from the same deep source. Erich Neumann, in The Origins and History of Consciousness, published in 1949, traced the evolution of the ego through these primordial stages with remarkable systematic precision. The ego, he argued, emerged from the unconscious much as individual consciousness emerges in childhood, slowly, with difficulty, always in tension with the larger matrix from which it differentiated. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the room around you in the dark. What does it mean, practically, to carry a collective unconscious? It means that you are not only yourself, you are also the accumulated weight of every human being who has faced what you are facing: loss, love, the sense of time passing, the question of meaning. They faced it before you. They found ways through. Their finding is encoded not as a message you can read directly, but as a kind of deep, structural knowledge that becomes available in moments of extremity. When you are most alone, something in the depth of the psyche knows you are not alone in the category of experience. You are alone in the specific, but not in the human. This is not comfort in the sentimental sense. It is more structural than that, more reliable. The collective unconscious is the ground beneath the personal. Tonight, the ground is holding everything. Chapter 17, The Child Within the Psyche. Every adult was once a child. That sentence sounds obvious. Its implications take a lifetime to absorb. Jung was not the first to recognize that childhood experience shapes adult psychology. Freud had built his entire edifice on that foundation, but Jung's engagement with the inner child was different in emphasis. He was less interested in the child as the site of trauma than in the child as an archetype, as an image of potential, of beginning, of the self not yet formed by the world's demands. He wrote about this in his 1940 essay, The Psychology of the Child Archetype, collected later in The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious. The child, as an archetypal image, appears in dreams and myths as the harbinger of new possibility. The divine child of so many religious traditions, the Christ child, the infant Hermes, the baby Krishna, is not merely a representation of literal infancy. It is a symbol of the self before it has been entirely shaped by circumstance, of the potential that has not yet been closed down. In dreams, when a child figure appears, Jung would ask, "What is this child trying to tell you? What beginning is seeking to begin? What is nascent and unprotected and in need of attention?" The child within the adult psyche is often the carrier of what was never allowed, the spontaneity that was disciplined out, the playfulness that was replaced by productivity. The directness, the capacity to say what was actually happening, that was learned gradually and thoroughly to edit out. Donald Winnicott's concept of the true self is related. The true self for Winnicott is the spontaneous, feeling, authentic core that exists before the false self takes over management. In many adults, the true self has gone into hiding, not destroyed, but protected by withdrawal from a world that did not originally receive it well. Let your jaw soften. Nothing here requires anything. The night is doing the work. Marion Woodman, the Canadian Jungian analyst whose work on embodiment and the feminine principle extended Jung's ideas in important directions, wrote movingly about the wounded child that lives in many adults who appear highly functional. The part that did not receive sufficient holding, whose needs for warmth and play were met with busyness or absence, who learned very early to be useful rather than present. Retrieving this inner child is not regression. it is not an invitation to irresponsibility. It is the act of recontacting the part of the self that knows what it actually wants before the social machinery of adulthood had its say. And often, what that part wants is startlingly simple. Rest, play. A moment without an agenda. Permission to not know. The child archetype carries this knowledge. There is a memory in many people that visits in the night, a memory of a summer when you were young, of a particular afternoon, of a light coming through leaves, of time moving differently, not fast, not toward anything, just present. That memory is not nostalgia for a time that is lost. It is a signal from the inner child that the quality of that time is still available. Not the circumstances, the quality. Tonight has that quality, if you allow it. Jung carved a stone in his garden at Bollingen that he called the Kugel, a sphere of stone, roughly hewn, that he had worked on over many years. When visitors asked about it, he was sometimes evasive. He said it was just something he enjoyed doing with his hands. But in his autobiography, he wrote about it more openly. He said that when he was working on the stone, he was in contact with something that the professional, the theorist, the famous psychiatrist could not access. He was in contact with the boy who had played on the shores of Lake Constance, who had built towers from stones and mud, who had been absorbed in the building without any thought of what it meant or whether it was worthwhile. That boy was still present, not as regression, as ground. Winnicott wrote about play as the child's first encounter with the transitional space, the space between the inner and the outer where creativity lives, where the child can be themselves without being entirely alone and without being entirely absorbed into the other. The capacity for play, as Winnicott understood it, does not end in childhood. It either develops into the adult capacity for creativity and genuine self-expression, or it withers under the pressure of the serious world. The adult who has lost the capacity to play, not recreation, not leisure, but genuine absorbed play without outcome, has lost something essential. They have become all persona, all function, all product. The inner child is the keeper of the capacity for play, and play, in this deep sense, is not trivial. It is how the psyche restores itself when the serious world has asked too much. Let the night be slightly playful. Let the mind wander where it wants. Chapter 18, The Wise Old Voice. Somewhere in the year 1944, Carl Jung had a heart attack. He was 68 years old. He later described the experience that followed, which he believed was a near-death experience, though he held the question of its ultimate nature open as the most vivid and significant experience of his life. In the account from his autobiography, Memories, Dreams, Reflections, dictated to his secretary Anila Jaffe in the 1950s, he described floating in space above the Earth at a height from which he could see the curve of the planet. He described approaching a dark block of stone that had been hollowed out, with a lamp burning at the entrance. He knew with the certainty of the dream state that inside was a man who had been expecting him, that there were things to be understood there which he could not know in ordinary life. At that point, his attending physician appeared in the vision, instructing him to return. Jung returned. He was furious. He had never wanted to leave. For weeks after recovery, he was deeply depressed because the ordinary world seemed thin and shadowless compared to what he had briefly touched. He became, in the decades that followed, one of the figures he had himself studied, the wise old man. The wise old man is one of Jung's most discussed archetypes. The figure appears across mythology and religious tradition: the shaman, the sage, the prophet in the desert, the old hermit at the edge of the village, who knows things that the younger generation has not yet needed: Gandalf, Merlin. The old fisherman who appears in countless fairy tales when the hero is most lost and most in need. In the interior life, the wise old man is an image of the deeper self, the part of the psyche that has lived long, that carries accumulated insight, that has made peace with what the ego still resists. When this figure appears in a dream, Jung would take it seriously. The wise old man in the dream is not simply a character. It is the dreamer's own accumulated wisdom, not yet fully integrated into consciousness, presented in a form the dream can use. Let your breath move easily. The quality of wisdom this figure carries is not cleverness. It is not analytical precision, though it may be articulate. It is something more like patience with contradiction. The capacity to hold opposing truths simultaneously without needing to resolve them. The willingness to not know in the face of what cannot be known, and to keep going anyway. Lao Tzu, the legendary author of the Tao Te Ching, embodied something of this quality. The wisdom of the Tao is not the wisdom of more knowledge. It is the wisdom of knowing when to stop adding and start subtracting. Of recognizing that the most durable strength is not force, but water. Yielding, finding the way through, wearing down stone by presence rather than impact. The wise old man knows this. The wise old woman knows it differently, but equally. You have access to this figure, not because you are old. The archetype is available at any age and often visits most powerfully in the middle of the night, when the ego's ordinary defenses are relaxed and something larger is willing to speak. The question is whether, in the morning, you will remember what the quiet said. For now, let it say what it needs to say. You are listening. The wise old man appears in cultures that have not been in contact with each other in time periods centuries apart, with enough consistency that Joseph Campbell was able to trace the pattern through virtually every major mythological tradition on Earth. In the European fairy tale, he is the old man at the crossroads who gives the youngest son the advice the older brothers dismissed. In the shamanic tradition of Siberia, he is the spirit guide who teaches the shaman the healing songs during the initiation illness. In the Book of Job, he arrives in the whirlwind, not with comfort, but with perspective. The perspective of something so much larger than human suffering that the suffering is placed in a context that changes it. He does not always comfort. The wise old man, as an archetypal force, is not primarily a comforter. He is a truth-teller. What he offers is not reassurance, but but orientation. Not, "it will be all right," but "this is where you are, and this is what it means." The voice of the wise old man in the interior is distinguishable from the inner critic by its quality. The inner critic is anxious. Its tone, beneath the authority, carries fear. The fear of not being enough, the fear of exposure, the fear of failure. The wise old voice is not anxious. It is, if anything, patient to the point of appearing indifferent to the ego's urgency. It says, "This too," and "not yet," and "you already know." And these are not helpful phrases in the utilitarian sense. They do not solve problems, they reframe them. And reframing, at the right moment, changes everything. The wise old voice is available most clearly in the state you are in right now, when the ego's management function relaxes, when the noise of the day's urgency has quieted, when the mind is at the edge of sleep and the deeper layers are more available. Listen, not for something in particular, just listen. Chapter 19, The Anima and Animus. In the structure of the Jungian psyche, there are figures that stand at the threshold between the ego and the collective unconscious, mediating figures whose role is to carry qualities that the ego cannot directly access and to serve as guides into the deeper layers of the self. For a man, this figure is the anima. For a woman, the animus. Jung's choice of gendered terms has generated more debate than almost anything else in his work, and rightly so. He was working within the cultural assumptions of his time, and some of those assumptions need revising. The anima, for Jung, represented the unconscious feminine qualities in a man: receptivity, feeling, relatedness, the capacity for soul. The animus represented the unconscious masculine qualities in a woman: logos, definition, agency, the capacity for clear assertion. The criticism is fair. These categories reflect the gender norms of early 20th century Switzerland. The underlying observation, however, survives the criticism. There is a mediating figure in the psyche that carries the qualities the ego has least developed, and that figure is often experienced as an inner voice with a different quality than the ego's own. The anima in a man who has developed strong rationality may carry the feeling, function, the capacity for warmth and relatedness and aesthetic sensitivity. When the anima is not integrated, she operates autonomously, showing up as sudden moods, as the inflation of romantic projection, as the irrational conviction that arrives without warning and sweeps rationality aside. Every man in the grip of an intense romantic infatuation is, to some degree, experiencing anima projection. The woman he has fallen in love with is carrying, for the time being, the qualities his own undeveloped inner life contains. She seems to complete him because, in a psychological sense that is temporarily accurate, she is holding what he has not yet found in himself. The same structure applies to the animus in a woman. Marie-Louise von France spent years studying fairy tales as maps of the anima and animus development. In Animus and Anima, she traced the way these figures evolve across the stages of psychological development. from primitive possession through gradual integration to the final stage where the figure becomes a genuine inner guide rather than an autonomous force. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the place between waking and sleep where the mind moves differently. The practical question is not which qualities are masculine and which are feminine, a question that produces more heat than light. The practical question is, what qualities in myself have I been unwilling to own? What do I consistently seek in others that I have not allowed in myself? The anima, or animus, fully integrated, becomes something like an inner companion, the part of the self that speaks in the voice of the unlived life, that carries the creative and emotional potential that consciousness has not yet claimed. This is not abstract. You may know this figure. It may appear in dreams as a specific person, always the same and always somewhat out of reach. Or it may appear as a quality in waking life that you recognize when you encounter it in others and feel the pull of it, the recognition of something that belongs to you, that you have been looking for outside yourself. It has been there all along, inside, waiting for the right conditions to come forward. Chapter 20. Why relationships trigger us. Two people who love each other, who have chosen each other, who, in the presence of others, present as stable and kind, and who, alone together, in the particular combination of their histories and needs and projections and shadow material, reliably produce in each other's states that neither can reliably produce with anyone else. This is not a failure of love. This is what love looks like when it is doing its psychological work. Jung was not a couples therapist, but his framework contains one of the most useful explanations for why intimate relationships are so consistently both the most nourishing and the most activating experiences in adult life. The close relationship is the primary context for what the Jungians call the constellation of the complex, the activation, through the particular chemistry of two specific people, of precisely the core wounds, projections, and shadow contents that exist in each person's inner world. This happens because intimacy lowers the ego's defenses. In a professional context, in a social context, the persona is maintained. There are rules, expectations, performance requirements. The shadow stays behind the mask. But in the close relationship, over time, the mask comes off. And what is behind it? The vulnerability, the unmet needs, the projections, the fear, the longing, all of it becomes available to the other person. This is terrifying. And this is the opportunity. John Bowlby's attachment theory provides the neurological scaffolding for what Jung observed clinically. The attachment system, the wiring that determines how we reach toward or withdraw from others in moments of need, was calibrated in early life. Secure, anxious, avoidant, disorganized. The categories describe the nervous system's learned expectation of what will happen when it needs someone. And those expectations are activated most powerfully in adult, intimate relationships. The partner becomes, unconsciously, the site onto which the earliest relational experiences are projected. The partner who is not sufficiently attentive is, for the anxiously attached person, activating the original insufficiency of a caretaker who could not be relied upon. The feeling is the same. The body registers it the same way. The proportionality is the same. This is not pathological. This is the system working exactly as designed. Let your breath move easily. Nothing here needs to be fixed tonight. The value of this understanding is not that it eliminates the activation. It cannot do that. It is that it allows a moment of pause between the trigger and the response. A brief noticing. This is not only about today, this is older than today. And in that gap, a choice becomes available that was not available before. Irvin Yalom observed across thousands of hours of group therapy that the greatest catalyst for change is the honest encounter between two people. The moment when one person allows another to see them clearly, with their defenses down, and discovers that the seeing does not destroy them. The discovery of survivable vulnerability. Intimate relationships offer this possibility constantly. And most of the time, both people are too frightened of the exposure to take it. But sometimes, in the right moment, with the right combination of enough safety and enough trust, something opens. And the relationship becomes, briefly, what it was always capable of being. A place where the full self can be present. Chapter 21, Introversion and Extraversion. In 1921, Carl Jung published Psychological Types, a 700-page study that he spent years writing and that he considered one of his most important works. He did not begin it as a typology for personality quizzes. He began it as an attempt to answer a question that had been troubling him for years. Why did intelligent, serious, careful thinkers arrive at such fundamentally different conclusions? Specifically, why did Freud and Adler, both brilliant, both committed to the same clinical evidence, see such different things in it? Jung's answer was that they were different types of mind. Freud's theory centered on the object, on the pull of the external world, on drives that express themselves in relation to people and things. Adler's theory centered on the subject, on the internal experience of power and adequacy, on the way the self interprets its position in the world. Freud was, in Jung's terms, predominantly extroverted in his psychological orientation. Adler was predominantly introverted. The terms introversion and extraversion have been so thoroughly absorbed into popular culture that they have been stripped of their original precision. Today, they usually mean, does this person prefer parties or quiet evenings? Does this person get energy from social interaction or from solitude? These observations are not wrong, but they are the surface of something more fundamental. For Jung, introversion and extraversion were not personality preferences. They were fundamental orientations of the libido, the psychic energy that animates thought and feeling and action. The extroverted orientation directs psychic energy outward, toward the object, toward the external world of people and events. The introverted orientation directs energy inward, toward the subject, toward the internal world of ideas and images and feeling states. Neither is superior. Both are necessary human modes. Susan Cain's 2012 book, Quiet, The Power of Introverts in a World That Can't Stop Talking, brought renewed attention to the introvert-extrovert distinction and challenged the cultural bias toward extroversion that dominates American professional life. She was building on a lineage that runs directly back to Jung. Let your jaw soften. There is a particular comfort in this framework for those who have spent years feeling slightly wrong about their natural mode of engaging with the world. The introvert in an extroverted culture has often been told, in more or less explicit terms, that their need for solitude, their discomfort with constant stimulation, their preference for depth over breadth, is a social deficiency rather than a psychological orientation. Jung would disagree. He would say, the introvert is not deficient, the introvert is oriented. The world turns inward naturally for them, and that inward turning is a source of access to the unconscious, to the symbolic life, to the layers of experience that the constant external engagement of the extroverted mode does not reliably reach. The extrovert has different gifts: the capacity for genuine connection, for reading the social world with precision, for bringing energy into shared space in ways that the introvert may struggle to generate. Neither type can sustain its opposite indefinitely without cost. And in the quiet of late night, most people, whatever their usual orientation, find themselves briefly and involuntarily turned inward. This is where you are now. The inward turn is happening on its own. Let it. Toward the end of Psychological Types, Jung made an observation that is easy to overlook but worth dwelling on. He wrote that the introvert-extrovert distinction, important as it was, could not fully account for the diversity of human psychological life. The types were generalizations. Real people were more fluid than any typology could capture. He also noted something that the popularity of the MBTI and similar instruments tends to obscure, that every person contains both orientations, both functions in each pair. The introvert has an extroverted side, usually less developed, often emerging in moments of particular vitality. The extrovert has an introverted side, often encountered only in moments of difficulty or transition. The type is the habitual mode, not the only mode. This matters for the individuation process. The development of the type's less preferred orientation, the introvert learning to bring genuine energy into shared space, the extrovert learning to sit with the interior silence, is part of the larger movement toward wholeness. It is uncomfortable. The inferior orientation feels unnatural, awkward, exposed. The introvert in a social performance feels the effort behind what the extrovert does effortlessly. The extrovert in solitude feels the discomfort that the introvert inhabits as home. But the discomfort of the less preferred mode is also the place where new development is available. The function that has been neglected carries the compensation, carries what the developed side cannot access. The introvert who learns to inhabit social space discovers capacities for genuine connection that their internal depth alone could not produce. The extrovert who learns to inhabit solitude discovers an interior they had been too busy to visit. Both have been there all along, waiting. Chapter 22. Psychological Types Explained. Jung's full typology in psychological types did not stop at introversion and extraversion. These were the two fundamental orientations. Layered across them were four psychological functions: thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition. Each function is a distinct mode of processing experience. Each person has a dominant function, the one most developed, most trusted, most habitual. And each person has what Jung called an inferior function, the opposite of the dominant, the least developed, the most likely to cause trouble when it erupts. Thinking is the function that evaluates experience through logic, through the yes or no of truth and falsehood, cause and effect. The thinking type seeks coherence, system, principle. They are good at argument, they can be poor at warmth. Feeling is, and here Jung was careful, not emotion. Feeling, as a psychological function, is the evaluative process that assesses experience according to value. Good, bad, pleasant, unpleasant, meaningful, meaningless. The feeling type navigates by relational resonance. They know what matters. They may resist conclusions that are logically clean but emotionally wrong. Sensation is the function that attends to what is concretely present, the data of the senses, the immediate reality of the physical world. The sensation type trusts what can be touched, seen, measured. They are often superbly practical. They may be impatient with abstraction. Intuition is the function that perceives possibilities, not what is, but what could be, what lies behind or ahead of the immediate appearance of things. The intuitive type is comfortable with uncertainty and future orientation. They may be poor at sustaining what exists. Each function is paired with its opposite. Thinking and feeling form one axis, sensation and intuition the other. The dominant function on one axis typically suppresses its opposite. The introverted thinking type, for whom logical analysis is the primary mode of engagement, will often find the feeling function crude, unreliable, embarrassing, and yet will be periodically ambushed by its eruption, usually in the form of outsized emotional reactions to small provocations. James Hillman challenged aspects of this framework in interesting ways. He argued that Jung's typology, for all its elegance, tended to normalize the hierarchy, dominant over inferior, rather than questioning whether dominance itself was the right model. He proposed something closer to a democracy of functions, a conversation between different modes of knowing. Let your breath move at its own pace. Feel the place where your body meets the surface beneath you. The Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, developed by Isabel Briggs Myers and her mother Catherine Cook Briggs in the 1940s, extended Jung's typology into a 16-type system that became one of the most widely used personality assessment tools in the world. Jung himself was somewhat ambivalent about the systematization of his ideas into fixed types. He was always more interested in the process of individuation, the development of the whole personality over time, than in the typological snapshot. The type is not a destination, it is a starting point. The work is not to become a perfect specimen of your type, it is to gradually develop the functions that your type has neglected. The thinking type, learning to trust, the feeling response. The intuitive learning to attend to the sensory reality of what is present. The introvert practicing genuine connection. The extrovert learning to sit with interior silence. The inferior function is not the enemy. It is the part of the personality that contains, paradoxically, some of its greatest untapped potential. The shadow and the inferior function often overlap. Both are what the ego prefers not to see. Both are necessary for wholeness. And wholeness, as we will come to understand more fully later tonight, is the direction the psyche is always trying to move. Chapter 23, Feeling, Thinking, Sensing, Intuition. A man sat in Jung's consulting room on Seestrasse in 1935. He was a senior engineer at a Swiss manufacturing company. He had come, he said, because he could not sleep. He had tried everything the doctors suggested. Nothing worked. He lay in bed each night and the mind ran its calculations. He fell asleep around 3 and woke at 6. Jung asked him about his life. The man described his work with precision and evident satisfaction. He described his marriage neutrally. He described his children as fine. Jung noticed that every evaluation the man offered was comparative or functional. The work was efficient. The marriage was stable. The children were developing on schedule. Nothing was assessed in terms of what it meant to him, whether he enjoyed it, whether it gave him any satisfaction beyond the mechanical. Jung identified the man as a highly developed thinking type, his dominant function honed to exceptional precision through decades of professional application. And he identified the inferior function, feeling. The man had never, in all his adult life, asked himself what he actually valued, what he wanted, whether the life he was efficiently maintaining bore any relation to anything he would have chosen if he had been choosing from the inside. The sleep disturbance, Jung thought, was the feeling function refusing to be ignored any longer. The questions it was trying to ask were emerging in the body in the disrupted night because there was no space for them in the waking day. Not all cases are this clear, but the pattern is not rare. The dominant function is efficient, polished, reliable. The inferior function is clumsy, ungoverned, and carries a disproportionate emotional charge. When it erupts, it usually erupts badly. The thinking type's emotional outburst, the feeling type's cold, logical cruelty delivered in a moment of pain, the sensation type's sudden, irrational intuition that upends a careful plan. The inferior function, Jung wrote, is closest to the unconscious. It is the function that has developed least, that carries the most shadow material, and that offers, paradoxically, the most direct access to the deeper layers of the psyche. This is why the feeling type, who forces themselves to engage with logical analysis, often finds it strangely moving. and why the thinking type who allows genuine feeling into their experience often reports that something opens which they had not realized was closed. Let your jaw soften. Feel where your body is carrying the day's unprocessed residue. Intuition and sensation form the other axis, the axis not of evaluation, but of perception. The sensation type perceives what is, the intuitive perceives what might be. Both perceptions are real. Both are selective. The sensation type in a beautiful room perceives the texture of the walls, the quality of the light, the physical comfort of the chair. The intuitive in the same room perceives the atmosphere, the history embedded in the space, the possibility it suggests. Neither perception is more accurate. They attend to different dimensions of the same reality. The full human capacity requires all four functions. The process of developing them is not quick, it takes years. Often, it takes a crisis, the thing that forces the dominant function to give way because it is alone, insufficient for what the situation requires. This is why the midlife transition, which we will reach later tonight, so often involves a sudden and bewildering encounter with the inferior function. The person who has been most effective through thinking finds themselves suddenly governed by feeling. The person who has lived in the world of ideas finds themselves grounded unavoidably in the sensory facts of an aging body. The inferior function is not an intruder, it is the invitation to a larger life. Chapter 24: Mental Health and Psychic Balance. Jung was skeptical of the medical model of mental illness in ways that anticipated controversies that would not fully emerge in psychiatry until decades after his death. He did not deny that serious mental disturbances existed or that they required care. He spent years treating them. But he questioned the framework that placed mental health and mental illness at opposite ends of a simple spectrum, with health as normal and illness as deviation. His own position was more complex. The psyche was inherently in tension, not broken tension, necessary tension. The tension between conscious and unconscious, between ego and shadow, between the demands of the outer world and the needs of the inner one. Psychic health was not the absence of this tension, but the capacity to hold it productively, to live inside the contradiction without being destroyed by it. What looked like mental illness was often, in his clinical experience, a psyche in crisis, which was not the same as a psyche in disorder. The crisis was frequently a breakthrough attempting to happen, a level of the self pushing toward expression that the ordinary structures of the person's life could not accommodate. Treating the crisis as only pathological, suppressing it, medicating it into compliance, was sometimes the equivalent of treating the labor as the illness and the birth as the problem. He was careful about this. He knew some states were dangerous and required immediate intervention. He was not cavalier about suffering, but he held a larger frame than much of his contemporary psychiatry, the frame in which the symptom was meaningful, in which the breakdown might be the beginning of a breakthrough, in which the goal was not the restoration of the prior equilibrium, but the development of something more adequate to the whole of the person's reality. Let your breath deepen on its own. Feel the quiet weight of your body. This view had a direct clinical consequence. Jung did not aim primarily to return his patients to their prior state of functioning. He aimed to move them toward a state they had not yet been in, a state of greater integration, of more complete engagement with the full range of the psyche, of what he called individuation. The goal was not health as the absence of symptoms, it was health as the presence of the whole self. Bessel van der Kolk, working with the tools of 21st century neuroscience, arrived at related conclusions through a different route. Healing from trauma is not the erasure of the traumatic experience, but the integration of it, the achievement of a nervous system that can hold the memory without being constantly activated by it. A self that can say, "This happened to me," without being wholly consumed by the happening. The language is different, the direction is the same. Wholeness is not comfort. Wholeness is the capacity to include the uncomfortable within a self that is large enough to hold it. This is the work Jung called individuation. We are moving toward it tonight. But before we get there, we need to look at one of the most misunderstood aspects of mental life, the role of overthinking, of excessive mental activity in the light of Jungian psychology. Because the night often brings more thinking than it needs to bring, and there is a reason for that. The word balance is deceptive. It suggests a steady state, a condition achieved and maintained. Jung's understanding of psychic health was more dynamic than that. He thought of it less as balance and more as what he called enantiodromia, the tendency of any extreme position to eventually convert into its opposite. The term came from the pre-Socratic philosopher Heraclitus, who observed that all things carry the seed of their own reversal. The too rational eventually floods with feeling. The too passive discovers its own rage. The too controlled breaks open. This is not failure, it is the psyche's self-correcting mechanism. The implication is that the person who has been extremely one thing for a very long time is in the process of becoming something that includes the opposite. Not abandoning the original orientation, that would be enantiodromia, the overcorrection, the swing to the other extreme that is equally one-sided, but moving toward the integration of what was excluded. The rigid personality softened by genuine vulnerability. The chaotic personality discovering the surprising comfort of structure. The intellectual discovering embodiment. The feeling type discovering the precision of thought. None of these movements is comfortable. The psyche does not move toward integration voluntarily. It moves when the one-sidedness has produced sufficient pressure, sufficient symptoms, sufficient emptiness, sufficient disruption that the excluded function can no longer be kept out. This is what most crises actually are. Not the end of health, the beginning of a more adequate health, more inclusive, less brittle, more truthful about what the whole person actually contains. Sit with that for a moment. The crisis you are in, or have been in, or can sense approaching, it may not be what is going wrong. It may be what is trying, with considerable effort, to go right. Chapter 25. Why Overthinking Is Not Wisdom. You are a quarter of the way through tonight. If you are still awake, this is the part I wanted you to hear. There is a distinction Jung drew that is worth holding carefully. The distinction between thinking as a function, the directed, purposive process of logical analysis and rational evaluation, and what he called directed versus non-directed thinking. Non-directed thinking is what happens when the mind is not given a specific task. It drifts. It follows association. It circles. It returns to the same material again and again, not because the material is being processed, but because the ego is attached to it, cannot release it, keeps picking it up and setting it down. This is rumination. And it is not thinking in the useful sense. It is the simulation of thinking, the form of the activity without its content. The mind is busy. Nothing is produced. Jung observed that this pattern was particularly common in people who had strong thinking functions and underdeveloped feeling functions. The thinking type uses thought as the primary tool for processing everything, including the things that cannot be processed by thought. The relational difficulty that needs to be felt and spoken. The grief that needs to be allowed rather than analyzed. The fatigue that is not a problem to be solved, but a state to be entered. And so, the thought loops. Not because the thinker is not intelligent enough to solve the problem, because the problem is not a thinking problem, and no amount of thinking will resolve it. Let your jaw soften. Feel the breath, just the breath, not a thought about the breath itself. Blaise Pascal, the 17th century mathematician and philosopher who spent periods of his life in voluntary retreat at Port Royal, wrote in his Pensées that all of humanity's problems stem from our inability to sit quietly alone in a room. Jung would have modified this. All of humanity's problems that are manufactured by the mind stem from the inability to know when to stop thinking. The thinker's failure is not stupidity. It is a kind of fidelity. The mind is loyal to the mode that has served it well, long past the point where that mode is useful. Sleep requires the suspension of directed thinking. It requires the release of the ego's management function. The person who overthinks at night is a person whose ego will not hand over its grip on the material it has been processing all day. The material will be there in the morning. The morning mind, rested, will approach it with more clarity in 5 minutes than the exhausted night mind can produce in 3 hours of cycling. This is not a criticism of you. It is a description of a mechanism. The mechanism can be interrupted by a simple movement, from the content of the thought to the physical experience of the body. Not as a technique, not as mindfulness performed on demand, but as a genuine shift of attention. The thought is real, and the body is also real. And the body, right now, has more useful information than the thought. Feel the weight of your arms. Feel the particular temperature of the air. The thought will be there when you are ready. Right now, the body is ready for something else. Chapter 26, Emotional Pain and Symbolic Life. There is a difference between the experience of pain and the experience of suffering. Pain is the fact, the loss, the failure, the disappointment, the grief, the physical difficulty. Suffering is the relationship to the fact, and the relationship can be shaped, if not fully chosen. Jung was not a proponent of positive thinking. He was deeply skeptical of any framework that suggested pain was merely a matter of perspective, that the right attitude would dissolve real difficulty. He had sat with too many real difficulties to believe that. But he did believe something almost as demanding, that suffering which cannot be given meaning becomes chronic. That pain which is only experienced as random, as meaningless, as the indifferent infliction of a universe that does not care, tends to compound itself. Not because meaning is a painkiller, but because meaning changes the relationship between the person and their experience. Viktor Frankl, in Man's Search for Meaning, arrived at the same conclusion through the extreme compression of the concentration camp. He observed that among those who survived physically, those who were able to find or maintain a sense of purpose, however modest, however provisional, bore the experience differently than those who could not. Not without suffering, with suffering that did not wholly consume their inner life. The symbolic life, for Jung, is the capacity to hold experience at two levels simultaneously, the literal and the meaningful. The literal level says, this happened, this was lost, this is painful. The symbolic level asks, what does this experience mean within the larger story of this particular life? What is it asking me to understand or to become? These are not always answerable questions. Sometimes the answer is, I do not know yet, and that is a legitimate answer. Let your breath find its rhythm. Feel where the day has left residue in your body. The symbolic life is not available on demand. It cannot be performed. It develops, like a language, through practice and exposure, through learning to take one's dreams seriously, through noticing the recurring images in one's waking life, through being willing to ask in the face of difficulty, not only how do I get past this, but what is this trying to show me? The Jungian analyst Marion Woodman described the difference between a life lived only literally and a life lived symbolically as the difference between walking through a landscape and walking through a landscape while knowing it is also a map. The flowers, the paths, the obstacles, they are real. They are also information. This does not make the pain less real. It places the pain in a context that is larger than the pain. And sometimes the larger context is enough to breathe in. James Hillman argued that the deepest psychological disease of the modern world is not neurosis, but literalism, the inability to read experience symbolically, to recognize the soul's language when it speaks through image and metaphor rather than through fact and causation. The person who has lost the symbolic sense is left alone with bare events. And bare events, without context, become unbearable. The restoration of the symbolic life is one of the things that psychotherapy at its best attempts. And the dream every night is the psyche's own attempt at this restoration. Let the night do its work. Chapter 27. Trauma in the Unconscious. In the winter of 1897, a young woman was brought to Bergolsli, who had not spoken in 3 years. She was 24. She had no diagnosable neurological condition. The staff called her dementia. They had given up expecting change. Jung was a young resident. He asked to try something. He sat with her over several weeks. He did not demand speech. He simply sat. He read to her. He described what he saw through the window. Eventually she responded, first with expression, then with simple sounds. Over months, she began to speak. And when she finally spoke in sentences, she spoke about what had happened to her in her family's house when she was 14. No one had ever asked. No one had ever been willing to sit with what emerged when they asked. Trauma, in the Jungian understanding, is experience that overwhelmed the psyche's capacity to integrate it. Not experience that was simply painful. The psyche can integrate a great deal of pain. Experience that arrived faster than the system could absorb it in a context where there was no support, no witness, no container that could hold what the experience demanded. The unintegrated experience does not disappear. It persists in the unconscious as an active force, organized into complexes, stored in the body, shaping the nervous system's baseline setting in ways that the conscious mind often does not recognize until something triggers the activation and the full emotional charge of the original moment floods the present. Bessel van der Kolk's clinical research confirmed, through brain imaging and nervous system measurement, what Jung's clinical intuition had observed a century earlier. Traumatic experience is held in the body at levels that verbal memory does not reliably access. The work of healing is not primarily the retrieval of narrative, though narrative helps, but the restoration of safety in the nervous system, the capacity to be in the body without the body registering the present moment as continuous emergency. Let your jaw soften. Feel the surface beneath you. It is holding you without effort. Jung did not rush his patients toward insight. He trusted the process. He trusted that when a person felt sufficiently held, not by the analyst's techniques, but by the quality of the analyst's presence, the material that had been kept safely underground would begin, gradually, to surface. Not to destroy. To be seen. There is something about being seen that the traumatized psyche needs above almost everything else. Not fixed, not explained, not resolved, seen. Witnessed by a consciousness that can hold the weight of it without being destroyed. This is partly why the safe therapeutic relationship has such a powerful effect. It is not primarily the insight produced in the hour. It is the accumulation of experiences of being genuinely present with another human being who does not run from what they see. And in the quiet of the night, something similar is available, not from another person, but from the deeper self. From the level of the psyche that is larger than the traumatized part, that has been waiting for the right conditions to offer something that looks very much like witnessing from the inside, the body knows how to move toward healing. Given sufficient safety, it begins. Tonight is safe enough. There is a particular piece of Jung's understanding of trauma that is often overlooked in favor of the more dramatic elements of his psychology. He believed that the traumatic complex carried alongside its pain a seed of energy, a concentrated potential that had been sealed inside the complex along with the wound. Not as compensation or silver lining, as structural reality. The wound required a response. The child who could not respond to the overwhelming experience in the moment could not fight, could not flee, could not fully process, sealed the unspent response inside. The energy intended for the response remained in the complex, attached to the wound. When the complex heals, when the traumatic material is gradually integrated, witnessed, metabolized, that energy becomes available again, not in the form of the original wound, in the form of what the wound, having been survived and digested, releases. This is why people who have done sustained work with their most difficult material often report not just relief, but something they had not expected, a new access to energy, to motivation, to capacity that was not there before. The energy was there all along. It was locked in the complex. Integration does not only reduce suffering, it recovers something. Bessel van der Kolk observed this clinically. The successful resolution of traumatic material does not merely return the person to their pre-trauma baseline. It often produces a person with greater capacity for empathy, for presence, for the kind of depth that only comes from having been somewhere genuinely difficult and returned. This is what post-traumatic growth actually is. Not the silver lining forced onto damage, the genuine harvest of integration. The night is part of that harvest. Chapter 28, The Soul Wants Wholeness. There is a carved stone that sits in the garden of Jung's tower at Bollingen, the stone house he built with his own hands on the shore of the upper lake of Zurich, beginning in 1923. He worked on it for decades, adding sections as different stages of his inner development demanded new space. He called it the place where he was most himself. On the stone he carved an inscription in Latin: "This is my place and my world. Here I am at home with myself." And beneath that, in Greek, an inscription from the alchemist Arnaldus de Villanova: "Here dwells what I have learned, but also learned to be." Wholeness, for Jung, was never a state fully achieved. It was a direction, a continuous movement toward the inclusion of more of the self, the shadow alongside the light, the inferior function alongside the dominant, the unconscious alongside the conscious. Not the elimination of contradiction, but the expansion of the container that holds it. He distinguished this from perfection. Perfection is the ideal of the persona, the complete conformity of behavior to the approved model, the elimination of everything inconvenient or contradictory. Wholeness is the opposite of this. It includes the inconvenient. It holds the contradiction. It is not clean. The alchemical tradition, which Jung spent the last decades of his life studying intensively, had, he believed, developed a symbolic language for exactly this process. The alchemists were ostensibly trying to transform base metal into gold. Jung read them as having projected the psychological process of transformation onto matter, so that what they described as the purification of substances was actually a map of the purification of the psyche. The base metal is the raw, unworked self, the unconscious contents, the shadow, the inferior function, the complexes running unchecked. The gold is not a purified ego. It is what alchemists called the lapis, the philosopher's stone, a unified substance in which opposites are held together, masculine and feminine, conscious and unconscious, darkness and light, wholeness. Let your breath deepen. The soul wants this, not as a preference, as a structural drive. The psyche moves toward integration the way water moves toward the sea, not in a straight line, not without obstacles, but with a persistence that is deeper than will. This is why, in the midst of what looks like breakdown, something is often breaking through. The psyche is not dissolving. It is reorganizing around a more adequate center. The suffering is real, and the suffering is purposeful. The direction the suffering is pointing is toward what was being excluded from the self's definition. James Hillman wrote that the soul is always larger than the ego's project for it. The ego wants comfort, consistency, mastery. The soul wants truth, depth, encounter with what is real. And what is real includes everything the ego would prefer not to acknowledge. Tonight, the direction is inward. Not because the outer world does not matter, it does, but because the outer world cannot give what the inner world is trying to develop. What the soul wants is already there. It is waiting to be found. Chapter 29. Individuation begins in conflict. In the summer of 1913, after the formal rupture with Freud, Carl Jung found himself in a state that he later described with great precision. He felt that he was standing on a cliff, looking down into the ground beneath him, and that the ground was made of thin ice over a very great depth. He was afraid of madness. He had seen madness at close range for years. He knew its face. And what he was experiencing, the voices, the figures, the overwhelming images, felt from the inside uncomfortably close to what he had observed in his most fragmented patience. What made him go forward rather than back? He later wrote that what held him was the work. The patients in his consulting room who were worse off than he was, who needed him to be present, who could not wait while he resolved his own interior crisis, he got up each morning and saw his patients. And then in the evenings, he descended into what he called the unconscious. The conflict was necessary. He would come to understand this retrospectively, though in the moment it was only frightening. The breakdown of the old equilibrium, the Freudian framework, the certainties of his early career, the identity of the crown prince of psychoanalysis, created the space that the new development required. The shell cracked so the larger self could grow. Individuation, Jung's term for the developmental process of becoming oneself, fully, specifically, wholly oneself, does not proceed without conflict. This is not because conflict is designed into it deliberately. It is because the process requires the relinquishment of what was adequate at one stage in order to develop what is adequate at the next. The caterpillar does not gradually become a butterfly. The caterpillar dissolves. The structure of the caterpillar is sacrificed in order for the structure of the butterfly to form. Inside the chrysalis is not a half caterpillar, half butterfly. It is briefly, completely undifferentiated material. This is a rough analogy, but the rough correspondence is real. The midlife transition, which produces its own form of dissolution, is individuation's most commonly recognized staging ground. But individuation does not wait for midlife. It is happening across the whole of a life. Every genuine challenge to the ego's current organization is an opportunity for the next stage of the process. Let your shoulders drop. Feel where your body is right now, the heaviness of it, the breath moving through it. Open loops are beginning to close now as the night deepens. Earlier we asked, what has been patient for a very long time? Now we can name it more precisely. It is the self that you have not yet fully been. Not because you failed, not because you were deficient, because the process takes the time it takes, and because each stage requires the previous stage to be fully lived before the next one opens. The conflict you are carrying, whatever specific form it takes in your particular life, is not evidence that something has gone wrong. It may be evidence that something is trying to begin. Chapter 30, Becoming More Than the Mask. There is a point in every life, if one is paying attention, where the accumulated weight of what one has become begins to feel insufficient for what one actually is. This moment arrives differently for different people. For some it arrives in crisis, the job lost, the relationship ended, the health event that rearranges the hierarchy of what matters. For others it arrives in a quieter form, a Sunday afternoon with no obligations, a moment of unexpected stillness in the middle of a productive life, and in that stillness the sudden awareness that something is missing. Not something that can be bought or arranged, something interior, something that the performance of the successful life was not and could not be providing. Jung called this the second half of life. Not chronologically precise, not 51 years, not a specific birthday, but a psychological turning point, a hinge in the individuation process where the questions change. The first half of life is organized broadly around establishment, finding a way to function in the world, developing the ego, building the persona, acquiring the skills and relationships and resources that allow a person to be effective and adequately safe. The focus is outward. The direction is toward the world. The second half of life calls for something different. The structures that served the first half, the persona, the professional identity, the role within the family system, are no longer sufficient as containers for the whole self. They were built for the surface. The second half asks for the depth. Becoming more than the mask does not mean dismantling the mask. The persona has its uses, and a person who abandons it entirely in the name of authenticity usually finds they have replaced it with a different, raw, equally limiting self-presentation. It means adding to the mask, recognizing it as a mask, maintaining it where it is appropriate, and setting it aside more and more where it is not. Marie-Louise von Franz spent decades observing what happened to people who refused this transition, who held the first half structures past the point where they were adequate. They became, she observed, brittle. The persona hardened into the personality. The mask and the face began to grow together. And the energy that might have gone into the deeper development stagnated, often producing the depression or the inflation or the sudden irrational disruption that forced the transition anyway, but now from a position of resistance rather than willingness. Let your jaw soften. The mask is set aside for tonight. And earlier we planted a second open loop, that there are two kinds of listening. One that hears what is said, and one that hears what the words are protecting. The mask speaks. The self beneath the mask makes a different kind of sound. Quieter, less rehearsed, more specific. The kind of sound that is usually only audible when the day has gone quiet and the performance has ended. That sound is available right now. You do not have to do anything with it, only let it be heard. There is a particular conversation that happens, sometimes at the end of a long therapy. The person has been in analysis for years. They have done serious work. The shadow has been examined. The complexes have been brought into some degree of consciousness. The major projections have been withdrawn. The persona has been loosened. And then the analyst says, "What would you like to do?" The question is not rhetorical. It is not a Socratic prompt. It is a genuine inquiry. Now that so much of what was running you without your knowledge has been named and held more consciously, what do you actually want? What does the real self, the one beneath the management, want to do with the remaining time? Many people at this moment find the question more difficult than any of the earlier psychological work. The shadow, at least, had a name. The complex had a recognizable structure. But the genuine desire, the thing the self actually wants for itself, with no reference to what it should want, what others want from it, what would be impressive or appropriate, this is often harder to locate than the pathology. The persona was built in part to protect this genuine desire from exposure, because genuine desire is vulnerable. It can be refused, it can be disappointed. It can be judged as too small or too large or too strange or too late. And so for many people, the genuine desire has been kept so carefully out of sight that finding it requires more courage than any of the shadow work that preceded it. This is the deepest layer of becoming more than the mask. Not the removal of the mask, not the aggressive authenticity that performs its own absence of performance. The quiet discovery in the private interior of what is actually there when the mask is set aside. What is actually there? Let the question sit in the dark. Chapter 31. The Self Beyond the Ego. We have been using the word ego throughout tonight to mean the center of consciousness, the organized, aware, narrating part of the psyche. Jung used another word, capitalized, to distinguish it from the ordinary usage for something much larger, the self. The self, in Jung's framework, is the center and totality of the whole psyche, conscious and unconscious alike. It is not the ego. The ego is the center of consciousness. The self is the center of the whole personality, including everything the ego has never seen. The relationship between the ego and the self is one of the organizing themes of the entire Jungian project. The ego tends to believe it is the center, the source, the organizing authority of the person. The self is actually the center, and the process of individuation can be understood as the gradual realignment of the ego with the self. The ego learning to recognize that it is not the whole and to listen for guidance from the larger structure in which it is embedded. This is not mystical, it is structural. Edward Edinger in Ego and Archetype described the relationship in a developmental arc. In early life, the ego is embedded in the self, not differentiated from it. This is the primal, undivided state of early childhood. Development is the differentiation of the ego from the self, the establishment of a separate, functioning conscious center. But the differentiation can go too far, producing the inflation of a person who believes themselves self-sufficient, self-creating, the author of their own significance. The second arc is return, not regression, but a conscious relationship between the now established ego and the larger self, in which the ego recognizes its position as part of a greater whole and begins to take guidance from it. This is what Jung meant by the religious function of the psyche, not institutional religion, but the structural human need to orient oneself towards something larger than the ego, something that the ego did not create and cannot control. The symbol of God, across so many traditions, points toward this structural reality in the psyche. Not necessarily toward a personal deity in the theological sense, but toward the experienced reality of something whose authority exceeds the ego's authority and whose claims on a life exceed the ego's preferred plans. Let your breath move. The room is quiet. The self is not something you have to find. You are already inside it. The psyche is already organized around it. The individuation process is not a journey toward the self. It is the ego learning to recognize and work with what has been organizing the psyche all along. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens. That line comes from a letter Jung wrote, and it carries the whole of his psychology in 10 words. Tonight, looking inside has been happening on its own. Chapter 32, Synchronicity and Meaningful Chance. In 1952, Jung published, together with the physicist Wolfgang Pauli, a paper on what he called synchronicity, a concept he had been developing for years and which he knew would attract skepticism from the scientific mainstream. The paper was titled Synchronicity and a Causal Connecting Principle. The concept was this: there exist meaningful coincidences that cannot be explained by causal connection. Events in the outer world and events in the inner world that correspond to each other in a way that carries significance, without any physical mechanism connecting them. His most famous example was a clinical one. A patient was telling him about a dream in which she had received a golden scarab beetle. Jung, sitting with his back to the window as she spoke, heard a tapping at the glass behind him. He turned and opened the window. A rose chafer beetle, the closest thing in their Swiss climate to an Egyptian golden scarab, flew in. The coincidence broke through the patient's excessive rationalism, which had been the obstacle to her treatment, and something in the encounter with the irrational opened a door that analysis had not been able to open through direct means. Jung did not claim the coincidence was caused by some supernatural mechanism. He claimed it was acausally connected, held together by meaning rather than by mechanical causation. Wolfgang Pauli was a Nobel Prize-winning physicist who was also Jung's patient for a period, and who engaged with Jung's ideas with extraordinary intellectual seriousness. Their correspondence, collected in Atom and Archetype, shows two brilliant minds at the edge of their respective disciplines, reaching towards something neither could fully capture with the tools they had. Let your breath move easily. The night has its own logic. The images that come in the space between waking and sleep are not random. The connections the mind makes in the hypnagogic state, the way one memory recalls another, the way a feeling opens into an understanding that the day's linear thinking could not produce. These have a quality of synchronicity, something that cannot be explained by simple cause and effect, something that connects across a gap that causation does not cross. This is not an argument for mysticism. It is an observation about the nature of the psyche, which does not operate by the same logic as the physical systems Jung's contemporaries were studying. The meaningful coincidence, the book that fell from a shelf at the right moment, the phone call that arrived when you were thinking of the person, the encounter on the street that spoke directly to what you were carrying. Jung would not dismiss these. He would ask, what meaning does this carry? What is the psyche trying to show itself? The outer world and the inner world communicate. Not always, not reliably, but sometimes in the right state of receptivity, the boundary between them becomes briefly permeable. The night is one of those states. Chapter 33. Why myth still matters. In the village of Atiscatempa in Guatemala, there is a story told to children before sleep. It describes a great serpent that swallowed the sun each evening and released it each morning. The story is thousands of years old. The people who tell it know the sun does not literally disappear into a serpent. They tell it because the story carries something true about the experience of night and its ending, about the faith required to lie down in the dark and trust the morning. In the ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead, the deceased must travel through the underworld, meeting challenges and guardians before emerging into the next form of life. The Egyptian priests who composed these texts knew they were not a literal travel guide. They were a symbolic map of the psychological experience of dying, of the transitions the soul navigates when the ordinary structures of life fall away. In Northern Europe, in the sagas of Iceland and Scandinavia, Odin the All-Father hangs for 9 days on the world tree Yggdrasil, wounded by his own spear, sacrificed to himself. And from this descent emerges with knowledge he could not have obtained any other way, not through study, through ordeal. Jung read all of these, and the same reading told him the same thing. Myth is not primitive science. It is not error that modernity has corrected. Myth is the psyche's oldest method for processing what is too large for literal statement. The myths that have survived are not arbitrary. They survived because they mapped something real about the structure of human experience, about the developmental challenges that every human being faces, about the archetypal encounters that every life contains. Joseph Campbell, following Jung, called the universal pattern the monomyth, the hero's journey, not because he was romanticizing ancient literature, but because the pattern kept appearing with such consistency across cultures, across centuries, across the full geographic spread of human civilization, that the only adequate explanation was the one Jung offered. The patterns arise from the structure of the psyche itself. Let your jaw soften. Feel the heaviness of the night around you. The myth you are living is not obvious. Lives do not announce their mythological dimension. But the themes are often visible in retrospect, in the recurring challenges, the particular nature of the obstacles, the kind of help that arrives at the critical moments, the quality of what is being asked at each stage. Hillman argued, in Revisioning Psychology, that the pathologizing tendency of modern culture, its insistence on treating psychological difficulties as diseases rather than as stories, has cost us the mythological perspective that would make the difficulties meaningful. A hero's dark night of the soul, diagnosed and medicated, may be relieved in the short term, but its development is interrupted. This is not an argument against treatment. It is an argument for the mythological dimension of psychological experience. The story of your life is not complete. The current chapter, whatever it is not the last chapter. That is not sentiment, that is structure. The myth always moves. In 1932, at the Eidgenössische Technische Hochschule in Zurich, Jung delivered a series of seminar talks on the psychology of Kundalini Yoga. He had been studying the Sanskrit material with the scholar Heinrich Zimmer and was struck by how precisely the Kundalini system mapped the stages of psychological development as he had observed them clinically. The chakras, in his reading, were not locations in the physical body. They were symbols for levels of psychological experience, from the most basic, bodily, earthbound consciousness at the root to the most expanded, impersonal, transpersonal consciousness at the crown. Every detail was exact. The fire at the third center, the solar plexus, the place of will and identity, corresponded to the ego's burning need to prove itself. The opening of the fourth, the heart center, corresponded to the individuation process's movement toward relating to others not as objects of need, but as subjects in their own right. He was not arguing that Kundalini Yoga was psychologically superior. He was arguing that the people who developed it had been observing the same phenomena he was observing and had developed a symbolic system adequate to them centuries before Western psychology had the vocabulary. This is why myth still matters, not as historical curiosity, not as comparative literature, as evidence that the patterns of psychological development are real enough that independent traditions, working without any communication with each other, kept arriving at them. The pattern is in the psyche. The myths are maps of it. And the maps, even imperfect and culturally specific, are better than navigating without them. Let your breath find its own rhythm. The myth that holds your story is older than you, and it knows the way through. Chapter 34, Religion and the Inner World. Jung was the son of a pastor, and his relationship with religion was never simple. His father was a man of faith who had lost his faith, who performed the rituals, delivered the sermons, and privately suffered a spiritual aridity he could not name. The young Jung watched this and understood from early in his life that institutional religion could be the home of the most profound spiritual experience and also the container that kept that experience at the safest possible distance. He never described himself as an atheist. He was equally reluctant to call himself a believer. When asked late in life in a BBC television interview conducted in 1959 whether he believed in God, he paused for a long time and then said, "I don't believe. I know." He knew through experience, through the direct encounter with the numinous, the quality of overwhelming otherness that the phenomenologist Rudolf Otto had described in The Idea of the Holy in 1917. The numinous is not reducible to any psychological state. It is not a projection of the ego. It is an encounter with something that the ego recognizes as categorically different from itself. Jung proposed that every psyche has a religious function, not a function for religion necessarily, but a function oriented toward the transcendent, toward what exceeds the individual ego's capacity for comprehension. This function does not go away if institutional religion fails to serve it. It simply finds other outlets in art, in nature, in the intensity of romantic love, in ideological commitment, in the deep identification with groups that carry numinous significance. The modern person who believes themselves irreligious and then finds themselves unable to explain the quality of their experience in certain moments, standing before a mountain range, or at the bedside of someone dying, or in the first minutes of holding a newborn child, is encountering the numinous. The function is working. It does not require a theological framework to operate. Let your breath move. Feel the particular quality of the night around you. The religious function, left without an adequate container, tends toward inflation or literalism. The person in whom it has not found a conscious home may suddenly and without warning be gripped by a conviction that feels absolute, total, larger than any individual position should feel. Political ideologies can carry this charge. Romantic relationships can carry it. The person is not broken. The function is active and it has found the only available outlet. Jung's work with alchemy was, in part, an attempt to recover a tradition in which the psychological and the spiritual were not separated, in which the transformation of the self was understood as genuinely sacred, as involving something larger than mere personal development. The alchemist working in his lab was, in Jung's reading, doing psychological work without knowing it. And the modern person doing psychological work is, in Jung's reading, doing something that earlier cultures would have recognized as spiritual without needing to call it that. Both descriptions point to the same underlying experience, the sense that the self is not complete in itself, that it is oriented towards something it did not create, and that the movement toward that something is the deepest form of the life well lived. Call it what you will. Tonight, the orientation is active. In 1937, Jung was invited to deliver the Terry Lectures at Yale University, the same lectureship that had brought William James's The Varieties of Religious Experience to print 35 years earlier. The lectures Jung delivered were published as Psychology and Religion. In them, he made an argument that remains controversial, that the modern Western person does not suffer from an excess of religion, but from a deficit of genuine religious experience. Not institutional religion, attendance, doctrine, membership, but the direct encounter with the numinous, the experience of something that exceeds the ego's management. He was not recommending a return to the church. He was identifying a function of the psyche, the religious function, that was going unmet in a culture that had traded the direct experience of the sacred for the management of religious institutions. The consequences were clinical. He observed that many of his patients in the second half of life presented with what looked like standard neurotic complaints, but whose underlying structure was, at its core, a spiritual crisis. A loss of the sense that life had any overarching meaning, any connection to anything larger than the individual's own preferences and fears. The treatment that worked, when it worked, was not the resolution of the immediate complaint, it was the recovery of a living relationship with the symbolic, with dreams, with creative work, with genuine encounters with the natural world that restored the experience of being connected to something the ego had not produced and could not control. This is what Jung meant by the religious function, not belief, not practice, but the experience of genuine relatedness to the larger whole. It is available in the quiet of tonight, not by seeking it, by stopping the seeking long enough to notice it is already here. Chapter 35. Alchemy as Soul Language. In 1929, Richard Wilhelm sent Carl Jung a copy of a 13th century Chinese alchemical text called The Secret of the Golden Flower. Jung read it and, for the first time in years, felt that someone had described what he had been observing in the unconscious, not in the language of psychology, not in the language of Western philosophy, but in the language of symbol, of process, of transformation. The alchemical tradition spans roughly 15 centuries, from the Hellenistic Egypt of the 3rd century through the European Renaissance. It produced an enormous literature of symbolic imagery, of procedures and recipes, of visions and arguments that was almost entirely opaque to the modern reader until Jung began the sustained work of translating it into psychological terms. He spent the last 30 years of his life on this project. The results were Psychology and Alchemy in 1944, Alchemical Studies in 1967, and The Dense. Late masterwork Mysterium Coniunctionis in 1956. The book, he said, contained everything he had learned, finished in his 80th year. The central alchemical opus, The Great Work, describes a process of transformation, taking a base substance, subjecting it to various operations, dissolution, calcination, separation, conjunction, and producing, eventually, the lapis, the philosopher's stone. The lapis was not gold, though the popular version of alchemy is obsessed with gold. The lapis was something incorruptible, something that had been through fire and dissolution and had come out on the other side unified. In psychological terms, the prima materia is the raw, unworked psyche. The operations are the ordeals of individuation, the encounters with the shadow, the withdrawing of projections, the integration of the inferior function, the confrontation with the archetypes. The lapis is the realized self, not perfect, but whole. Not without darkness, but with the darkness acknowledged and held. And let your shoulders drop. The alchemical image that appears most frequently in Jung's later work is the coniunctio, the conjunction of opposites. Sol and Luna, the sun and moon, the masculine and feminine principles brought into a union that transcends both, not the victory of one over the other. The creation of a third thing, born of their meeting. This is the transcendent function again, now dressed in alchemical imagery. The two conflicting positions held in tension long enough that something new emerges. The alchemists describe this as a marriage, as a death and rebirth, as the production of light from darkness. They surrounded it with the most extravagant symbolism available to them. Jung read it as the psyche's deepest aspiration, to stop fighting itself, to stop maintaining the split between the acceptable and the unacceptable, between the known and the unknown, between the light half and the dark half, and to become, in the fullest possible sense, one thing. Whole. The night has its own alchemy. The dissolution that sleep brings is not loss. It is preparation. Chapter 36, The Modern Loss of Meaning. In his 1932 essay, Psychotherapists or the Clergy, Jung wrote a sentence that became one of the most often quoted of his entire output. Among all my patients in the second half of life, that is to say, over 35, there has not been one whose problem in the last resort was not that of finding a religious outlook on life. He added immediately, he did not mean they needed to join a church. He meant they needed to find a relationship with something that transcended the ego, something that gave their life a context larger than their own success or failure. The problem of meaninglessness is not new to modernity, but modernity has produced specific conditions that intensify it. The secularization of Western society removed the institutional containers that once held the meaning function, the church, the shared ritual, the cosmology in which individual suffering had a place within a larger story. Nothing was provided to replace these containers. The individual was left to produce meaning on their own terms. Some people accomplish this. They develop a philosophy of life, a sustained relationship with art or nature or community or creative work that functions as a container for the meaning function. Many do not. And for those who do not, the loss is felt most acutely in two conditions: when suffering arrives that has no context to hold it, and in the silence of late night when the ordinary distractions of a busy life go quiet. Viktor Frankl described the widespread condition he called existential vacuum, the sense that life is empty of purpose, that activity fills the days without adding to any larger direction. This vacuum, he observed, was often masked during the day by the density of activity. It revealed itself most clearly in the weekend, in the absence of the imposed structure of the working week, in what he called Sunday neurosis. The night, for many people, performs the same function as Frankl's Sunday. Let your breath find its own rhythm. The loss of meaning is real, and it is a call, not a diagnosis, a call. The psyche is structured to orient toward meaning, the way the eye is structured to orient toward light. When meaning is absent, the system registers an alarm. That alarm is not pathological. It is appropriate. The question it poses: what am I actually living for? What gives my life a frame that makes it comprehensible to me? What would I regret not having done if the time were short? Is one of the most important questions available to a human life. Jung believed these questions were the territory of the second half of life, that they could not be asked in full seriousness until the first half's project of establishment was sufficiently complete to leave space for them. They may be finding space now. In the quiet, let them have it. There is a particular restlessness that fills certain lives that appear, by every external measure, to be well constructed. The house is appropriate, the career is respected. The relationships are maintained. And in the middle of a Thursday afternoon, in the middle of a life that is objectively fine, something that cannot be named sits in the chest and asks a question the person cannot quite articulate. Not what is wrong, something more fundamental, something closer to, is this it? The philosopher Albert Camus, who was Jung's exact contemporary in one sense, both were grappling with the vacuum left by the collapse of certainty in the 20th century, called this the absurd. The collision between the human being's need for meaning and the universe's silence in response to that need. Camus' response was defiance. Keep going anyway. Create meaning in the face of its absence. Imagine Sisyphus happy. Jung's response was different. He did not accept that the universe was simply silent. He argued that the inner world, the unconscious, with its archetypes and symbols and the self at its center, was itself a source of meaning, not imposed from without, arising from within. The loss of meaning in modern life was, for Jung, substantially a consequence of the lost connection to the interior. The person who does not dream, who does not attend to their symbolic life, who has organized their existence entirely around the outer world of productivity and relationship and social approval, has cut themselves off from the primary source of meaning that is available to a human being. Not the only source. Genuine relationship, genuine creative work, genuine contribution to something beyond the self, these also carry meaning. But they are not sufficient alone. They require the interior ground to anchor them. Without that ground, even the most genuinely meaningful external life can feel, in the wrong hour, like performance. The hour of the night is the time to return to the ground. Chapter 37. Neurosis as a spiritual problem. There is a patient type that Jung described with considerable precision and even greater compassion. The person who has done everything correctly, who has followed the rules of the culture, met the expectations of the family, built the life that was supposed to produce satisfaction, and who arrives in his consulting room not with failure, but with a success that has somehow gone hollow. He called this neurosis in the second half of life, and he proposed something that made him unpopular with the medical establishment of his time. That this form of neurosis was not primarily a psychological problem, it was a spiritual one. The person was not suffering from a developmental arrest or a traumatic complex, or not only from those things. They were suffering from the absence of something their psyche required, a sense of sacred value, a connection to what was genuinely meaningful, a life oriented towards something larger than the ego's project for itself. The symptoms of this neurosis were the symptoms of what a later generation would call depression, the flatness, the absence of motivation, the inability to find pleasure in what used to give pleasure, the sense of being somehow beside one's own life rather than inside it. But the treatment, Jung argued, was not primarily symptomatic. The treatment was the restoration of meaning, and meaning could not be prescribed. It had to be discovered. The discovery required going inward, to the level of the psyche where the question of meaning lived. Not the persona's question, which was, what should I do with my life? The deeper question, what does my life, as actually lived, in its specific particularity, actually mean? This is the question that the inner life poses when it is given space. Let your jaw soften. Friedrich Nietzsche, a generation before Jung, had described the death of God not as an event to be celebrated, but as a catastrophe, the collapse of the framework that had given Western culture its values, its orientation, its sense of narrative. What would replace it? Nietzsche did not have a comfortable answer. He offered the Übermensch, the self-overcoming person who creates their own values. But he knew, in his darker moments, that most people do not have the strength for this. Jung agreed with Nietzsche's diagnosis and disagreed with his prescription. The replacement for the collapsed outer framework was not self-invention. It was the inner life, the relation to the unconscious, to the symbolic, to the self, that preceded the ego and would outlast the ego's current preferences. The neurotic suffering of the meaning-depleted modern person was not a disease to be cured. It was the psyche's insistence that the surface life was insufficient, that the depth was being ignored, that the call to something more real had gone unanswered for too long. This is a demanding view. It places the responsibility for meaning on the individual while simultaneously recognizing that the individual cannot produce meaning through willpower alone. It has to be found. And finding it requires listening to what the unconscious has been trying to say. The night is a good time for this listening. It is already happening. Chapter 38. Why Midlife Changes the Psyche. A woman of 47 sat down with a Jungian analyst in the autumn of 1987. She was a physician. She had spent 20 years building a career she was proud of, raising 3 children, sustaining a marriage she described as good. She had arrived at 47 with almost everything she had set out to achieve. She did not know who she was. Not as a cliché, as a clinical reality. She had, she said, spent so long living in relation to other people's needs, as a doctor, as a mother, as a wife, that she had lost the thread back to herself. The self that had wanted things specifically, that had had opinions not derived from the roles she inhabited, that had known what it was like to want something purely for her own sake. She had arrived at midlife. Jung called the midlife transition the most critical psychological event in the second half of life. Not because it was universally experienced as dramatic, some people pass through it without acute crisis, but because it was the period in which the individuation process most insistently demanded a renegotiation of the terms of the life. The structures built in the first half of life, identity, career, relationship, the persona, the particular version of the self that learned to be effective in the world, were built for the demands of establishment. They are not adequate without modification for the demands of depth. And the second half of life is, in the Jungian understanding, primarily about depth. What happens at midlife, when it happens with force, is that the structures of the first half become insufficient, and the structures of the second half have not yet formed. There is a gap, and into that gap, everything that was suppressed in the service of the first half's project presses forward. The shadow contents, the inferior function, the needs that were sacrificed to the persona. The man who suppressed his need for beauty in service of productivity discovers himself suddenly obsessed with music. The woman who suppressed her ambition in service of accommodation discovers an anger she cannot redirect. The achievements that were supposed to satisfy do not satisfy. The goals that kept the whole structure organized reveal, on arrival, that they were scaffolding, not the building itself. Let your breath move. Feel the heaviness in your body. This is not failure, this is development. The psyche is not breaking down, it is breaking open. It is requiring a larger container than the first half could provide. The cultures that understood this, that built ceremonies of transition, that honored the second half as a distinct phase of life with its own legitimate demands, served their members better in this regard than a culture that treats the midlife transition as a crisis to be managed, rather than a development to be undergone. The analyst heard the physician's account. She said, You have spent 47 years being useful. What would it mean to be real? The physician did not have an immediate answer, but the question, once asked, did not go away. Chapter 39, Loneliness and the Search for Self. There is a particular quality of loneliness that arrives in the middle of a full life. Not the loneliness of the person who has no connections. They have connections. Not the loneliness of the person who has been left. They have not been left. It is the loneliness of the person who is present in their life, engaged, performing adequately, and yet feels, at some level beneath the social surface, profoundly unseen. Not by anyone else. By themselves. This is the loneliness that most psychology struggles to name because it does not appear in the categories that have been designed for external isolation. It is internal. It is the gap between the performing self and the deeper self, between the life that is being lived and the life that is being felt. Anthony Storr, the British psychotherapist who spent his career investigating solitude and the inner life, wrote in his 1988 book, Solitude, a return to the self, that the capacity for aloneness, not isolation, but genuine interior solitude, was one of the hallmarks of psychological maturity. He argued that Western culture, with its emphasis on relationship as the primary source of psychological health, had undervalued the developmental importance of the interior life. He was extending consciously Jung's own observations. Jung wrote that the loneliest of all people are those who have never learned to be alone with themselves. The constant need for external stimulation, external validation, external company is a form of flight from the interior. And the interior, with its unconscious contents, its unresolved complexes, its accumulated unlived life, does not stop pressing simply because one is too busy to attend to it. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the particular quietness of this hour. The search for self is not a search in the ordinary sense, not a search for something external that you have misplaced. It is more like remembering, like returning to a voice that has been speaking beneath the noise of the ordinary day, that becomes audible only when the noise goes quiet. That voice is not a romantic fantasy. It carries genuine content. It knows what you value when you stop performing. It knows what you need when you stop managing. It knows what has been accumulating that still needs to be said, acknowledged, allowed to be real. The loneliness that arrives in solitude is real. And it is not the final state. It is the anteroom to something else, to an acquaintance with the interior that deepens over time into a companionship that the external world cannot provide and cannot take away. The person who has learned to inhabit their own interior, not comfortably, necessarily, but genuinely, carries something that the constant extrovert, the person who cannot bear to be alone, does not yet have. A home that travels with them. The search finds what it was looking for when the searching quiets. Tonight, the quiet is already here. The psychoanalyst and writer Adam Phillips has written that boredom, the experience of having nothing to do, is one of the psyche's most undervalued teachers. Boredom is the mind without a distraction, which means it is the mind close to what it actually is when it is not managing the distance between itself and its own depths. Jung would agree. The loneliness of the quiet interior is related to this. It is the discomfort of proximity to oneself without the buffer of activity or company. And like boredom, it points towards something real. What is in here when the activity clears? What is the actual quality of my own presence when no one needs it to be anything specific? The Zen tradition speaks of this as rigpa, sometimes translated as bare awareness, the quality of consciousness before it organizes itself into a subject with an agenda. Jung approached it from a different angle, but the direction was the same. Beneath the ego's busy management is something quieter and more fundamental, something that was there before the persona formed and will remain when the persona is set aside. This is not a spiritual claim in the theological sense. It is a phenomenological one. The experience of sitting quietly with oneself, genuinely quietly, without the phone, without the task, without the evaluation of how the sitting is going, produces, eventually, an encounter with what was always underneath. The encounter is not always comfortable. What has been kept at a distance by activity often has something to say when the activity stops. But it is real. And real is what the self has been hungry for. The night offers this encounter nightly. Most people sleep through it. Some, tonight, are awake to receive it. Chapter 40. Self-worth beyond performance. There is a belief, very widely held, that worth must be earned. That it is produced by achievement, by performance reviews and completed projects, by the approval of people whose opinion carries weight, by the accumulation of evidence that one is, on balance, a net contributor. This belief was installed in most people very early. The infant receives warmth and attention unconditionally, or does not, and learns from the not receiving what is required. But even in the most loving families, the growing child begins to learn that certain behaviors produce more warmth than others. Helpfulness, achievement, not crying at inconvenient moments, not needing too much. The conditional warmth is not malice. It is socialization. It is the transmission of what the culture believes it requires. The internalization of conditional worth is so thorough, so complete, that most adults do not recognize it as an internalization. They experience it as a fact. I am worth what I produce. I am worth what I do. I am worth what the people I respect think of me. Jung would trace this to the persona, the performing self, which has learned to earn its place through performance, and which does not know, at depth, whether there is any value in the self beneath the performance, whether the person behind the mask is worth anything if the mask is set aside. This is the question the inner critic exploits. This is why the inner critic's power intensifies when performance fails, when the evidence of worth dries up, when the person is resting or ill or in transition. Let your breath deepen. The body is doing something right now without any performance at all. It is breathing, it is circulating, it is maintaining a temperature. It is doing thousands of things without being asked, without being evaluated, without producing anything that could be measured. And it is doing these things because it has value, because the being, prior to any doing, is already complete in its category, already sufficient in its basic fact. Donald Winnicott's concept of being as distinct from doing points directly here. The capacity to simply be, to exist without producing, without performing, without demonstrating, is one of the earliest developmental achievements. The infant who can rest in the mother's presence without needing to engage or entertain has already learned something fundamental, and many adults have lost this. The restoration of it is not a self-help project. It is a psychological reality that becomes available when the performing self, the one that is always producing evidence of its own worth, is given permission to stop. Stop just for the duration of a night. The worth is not going anywhere. It does not depend on the performance. It never did. Irvin Yalom wrote that the most healing thing he could offer many of his patients was the experience of being genuinely cared about, not for their intelligence, not for their insights, not for their progress, but simply for being the specific, irreplaceable person they were. Cared about for being. That quality is available tonight. From the deeper self, which has never required performance as the price of admission, Chapter 41, Dreams of the Future Self. In the summer of 1913, before the confrontation with the unconscious had fully begun, Carl Jung had a dream that troubled him deeply. He dreamed he was in a foreign land, in a landscape he did not recognize. A cold wind was blowing. In the distance, he saw an enormous wave, made not of water but of blood, advancing across the land. He watched it cover everything. He woke in distress. The dream returned twice more that summer, each time with more detail. In the later versions, the blood froze as it covered the land, and voices spoke about what the frost would mean. He did not know what to make of it. He worried about his own psychology. He worried about what it said about his inner state. In August of 1914, the First World War began. He understood then that his dream had not been about his personal unconscious only. It had carried, in the symbolic language available to it, a premonition of the collective catastrophe that was gathering at levels the conscious mind had not yet fully seen. Jung became very interested in what he called prospective dreams, dreams that seemed to point forward, not backward, that seem to contain information about what is approaching rather than what has already passed. He did not claim that these dreams were supernatural prophecy. He proposed a more modest and equally interesting possibility, that the unconscious, processing information from many more sources than the conscious mind can simultaneously attend to, sometimes arrives at conclusions that the conscious mind reaches later. The future self in the dream is not a prophecy. It is the psyche's best current model of what might be becoming, what aspects of the self are developing, what directions the individuation process is pointing. Let your jaw soften. The dreams that carry the most emotional weight, the ones you remember for years, the ones that return in different forms, are the ones the deeper self is most insistently trying to communicate. Not necessarily about events, about states, about the person you are in the process of becoming or failing to become, about the unlived life pressing toward expression, about what the current chapter is preparing you for. Marie-Louise von France spent decades analyzing dreams in clinical work and in her studies of fairy tales, and she identified a consistent pattern. The psyche dreams ahead of itself. The dreams of people in major life transitions tend to contain images of the post-transition state before the conscious mind has recognized that a transition is underway. The body already knows what the mind will understand later. The dream you have tonight will carry something. You may not remember it in the morning. It will work in you anyway. The future self is already in conversation with the present one, in the language that words cannot quite contain. Chapter 42. The Unlived Life Within. And now we can name what has been patient for a very long time. The unlived life. Jung coined the phrase, and it points to something that most people encounter at some point, usually in the dark, usually in the quiet, usually when the day's activity has not been sufficient to keep it below the threshold of awareness. The unlived life is the sum of all that the actual life has not included. Not because it was wrong to make the choices that were made, not because another path was objectively better, but because every choice forecloses other choices, every door opened closes others. And what stands behind the closed doors, the roads not taken, the versions of the self that did not develop, the capacities that were sacrificed to the ones that were developed, does not simply cease to exist. It waits, not with bitterness necessarily, not with accusation, but with the insistence of anything alive that has not been given adequate expression. The musician who became an accountant, the artist who became a lawyer, the person who wanted to live in a particular place and for reasons that seemed compelling at the time ended up somewhere else entirely, the relationship that was not pursued, the project that was set aside indefinitely, the aspect of the self that was considered impractical, excessive, too much. None of these unlived possibilities is simply gone. They are in the shadow. They are in the inferior function. They are in the particular quality of longing that arrives without warning at particular moments. They are in the tears that appear unexpectedly at a piece of music or a film or a conversation with someone who seems to be living something that you recognize as yours or as something that could have been. Let your breath move at its own rhythm. The weight of the night has its own quality now. The unlived life is not a condemnation of the life that was lived. The two things can coexist. The life that was lived was real, was chosen, was full of genuine value. And the unlived life is also real, not as loss, not as failure, but as the remainder, the portion that is still available to claim. Not all of it. Some of it is genuinely past. The road not taken at 20 is not available at 60 in the same form. But the quality of what was in that road, the part of the self that wanted it, that is often still available, in a different form, in a different context, through a different door than the one that was closed. James Hillman wrote that the unlived life is not behind you, it is in you, and it has time. The question, and this question requires no answer tonight, only the willingness to hold it, is what in you has been waiting, patiently and without accusation, for the right moment to be allowed in. The silence holds the question. Let it. The poet Rainer Maria Rilke, who never met Jung but who was writing from the same cultural moment, in the same German-speaking world, wrote letters to a young poet that are, among other things, one of the most sustained meditations on the unlived life in the literature. He told the young man not to seek answers, not to press the questions into resolution before the resolution was ready. He wrote, "Live the questions now. Perhaps then, someday far in the future, you will gradually, without even noticing it, live your way into the answer." Jung would have recognized this immediately. It is the description of the individuation process from the inside. The living of the questions is the process. The answer, when it comes from having lived, not from having thought harder. The unlived life has questions in it, questions about who you might have been, what you might have chosen, what might have been possible in different circumstances. These questions, if pursued as regret, lead nowhere. The past is fixed. But if pursued as orientation, as information about what the self still wants, what it has not yet had enough of, what the remaining time might be organized around, they lead somewhere quite specific. What am I still here for? Not in the metaphysical sense necessarily, in the practical sense. What does the particular combination of things that I am, my history, my capacities, my failures, my specific love and grief, what does all of this make possible that no other combination could? This is not a small question. It is the question that the unlived life has been waiting to ask. Let it ask. The night has room for it. Chapter 43. Consciousness learns to listen. There is a skill that the psychological literature does not often name as a skill because it looks like passivity. It looks like doing nothing. It is, in fact, one of the most demanding things a consciousness can attempt. Listening without agenda. The ordinary mind does not listen. It interprets. It categorizes. It translates what is arriving into terms it already possesses, into the framework of the existing self-concept, the existing worldview, the existing conclusions. The new experience arrives. The mind says, yes, this is like that thing I already know, and the categorization forecloses the encounter with what was actually new. Jung's method in clinical work was, at its heart, a sustained practice of listening without agenda, not listening for evidence that confirmed his theories. Listening for what was actually there in the specific dream, the specific image, the specific quality of this particular patient's experience that he had not anticipated and could not have produced from his own prior knowledge. This is harder than it sounds. The mind is extraordinarily good at finding what it expects to find. The researcher who expects a result tends to find it. The therapist who has a theory tends to confirm it. The person who has decided what their life means tends to find evidence that sustains the interpretation. The unconscious bypasses this tendency because it does not negotiate with the ego's expectations. It produces what it produces. The dream is not made of the dreamer's conscious material. It arrives from elsewhere. Learning to listen to it, learning to hold the image without immediately translating it, to stay with the feeling rather than explaining it away, to let the unexpected stay unexpected rather than domesticating it immediately, is a practice. Let your breath find its own depth. Feel the quiet of the room. In the later stages of individuation, Jung described a quality that the ego gradually develops: the capacity to hold a position without being totalized by it. To say, "I think this," without that thought becoming the whole of what one is. To feel strongly without the feeling eliminating every other consideration. To know something without that knowing precluding the possibility of being surprised. This is what consciousness, at its most developed, learns to do. Hold with openness. Know with humility. Feel with containment. The Tao Te Ching, a text Jung returned to throughout his life, describes the sage as someone who acts without attachment to outcome, who knows without claiming to know, who leads without imposing. The description points to this same quality, a consciousness that has learned to be in the world without needing to dominate it. This quality is not easily described. It is recognized when one is in the presence of someone who has it. There is a particular quality of attention in such people, a quality of full presence without pressure, of genuine interest without agenda. Jung had this quality by the account of almost everyone who met him. He had spent decades practicing it. First on his patients, then on himself, then on the vast collective material of mythology, alchemy, and world religion. The practice begins with tonight, with the willingness to let what comes, come. Chapter 44, Emotional Healing Through Integration. In his tower at Bollingen, Jung kept a simple boathouse by the water. On weekday mornings, he worked on his writing. On certain afternoons, he worked with his hands, chopping wood, preparing meals over an open fire, doing the physical work that his Zurich life as a famous psychiatrist did not require. He believed in this, not as recreation, as integration. The integration of the intellectual and the physical, the thinking function and the sensation function, the man who wrote about the collective unconscious and the man who needed to feel the weight of an axe in his hands. This was his therapy for himself. Emotional healing in the Jungian framework is not the elimination of difficult emotions. It is the integration of them, the achievement of a condition in which the emotion can be felt, acknowledged, and held within a self that is large enough to contain it without being wholly organized by it. The person who cannot feel their grief is not healed. The grief is still there, organized into the body as tension, into the sleep as disruption, into the relationships as unexplained distance. The person who is overwhelmed by grief, submerged in it without any bank to stand on, is also not in a state of health. Both states, the suppression and the submersion, are forms of non-integration. Integration is the middle condition, the capacity to enter the grief, to feel its full weight and to return, to come back to the self that is larger than the grief. Not to leave the grief behind permanently, it may return, repeatedly, appropriately, in response to real loss, but to know that it can be entered and exited, that you are the one who feels it, not the feeling itself. Bessel van der Kolk's neuroscience of trauma points to this same integration. The healed nervous system can feel the encoded memory of the traumatic experience without activating the full emergency response. The memory is present. Its autonomic charge has been metabolized. The person can say, "This happened, and I am also here, now, safe." Let your jaw soften. Feel the weight of your body. The body knows how to do this. It does it every night in sleep, metabolizes the emotional charge of the day, processing in the dream state what the waking state could not fully absorb, filing the experience in a form that can be accessed without re-traumatizing. This is what you are doing right now. The healing is not something you have to produce. It is something you have to allow. The body and the deeper psyche are moving toward it, as they always do, given sufficient safety and sufficient quiet. The safety is here. The quiet is here. Let the integration proceed. Chapter 45. Why the Psyche Resists Simplicity. Late in his life, asked by a journalist whether he could summarize his psychology in a single principle, Carl Jung paused for a long time and then said, no. He was not being evasive. He was being accurate. The psyche resists simplicity because it is not simple. Not because the people studying it have failed to find the right formula, because the nature of the thing being studied is irreducibly multiple, layered, contradictory, historically complex, individually specific, and connected at its depths to something that exceeds any individual mind's capacity to fully contain. The desire for simplicity about the psyche is understandable. A formula that would make the self transparent to itself, a method that would reliably produce insight, a clear set of principles that would organize the inner life with the efficiency of a well-run office. These would be enormously appealing. They would also be false. What Jung offered instead was not a formula, but a framework, a set of concepts: ego, shadow, persona, anima, animus, archetype, collective unconscious, individuation, self, that pointed at real psychological phenomena without exhausting them. The concepts are not the phenomena. They are ways of approaching the phenomena. They need to be held lightly, revised in response to experience, set aside when they do not fit. This is what intellectual honesty in psychology looks like. The insistence on not simplifying past the point where the simplification is still accurate. Let your breath move at its own pace. Feel where the night is in the room. James Hillman, perhaps the most brilliant of Jung's intellectual heirs, spent his career complicating Jung's complication. In Revisioning Psychology, he argued that even the Jungian framework, for all its richness, could become a new form of reductive categorization if it was applied too mechanically. The shadow is real, but not every irritation is a shadow projection. The anima is real, but not every man who loves beauty is working through his anima. The concepts are tools, not answers. The psyche's resistance to simplicity is, finally, a kind of integrity. It refuses to be more convenient than it actually is. It insists on its own complexity, its own contradiction, its own specific individual character that no general theory can fully capture. This is not a problem. This is the truth of what a person is. Each one of us is more than any description of us, more than our type, more than our complex, more than our history, more than our most brilliant self-analysis. The excess, the irreducible surplus beyond any description, is where the self actually lives. And tonight, in the dark, something of that irreducible surplus is present, breathing, neither analyzed nor resolved, simply here. Real. There is a kind of rest that becomes available when you stop trying to simplify yourself. The project of self-improvement, as usually understood, is a simplification project. Remove the difficult parts, strengthen the weak parts. Arrive at a version of yourself that is more efficient, more consistent, more acceptable to others and to yourself. Jung's psychology suggests a different project, not simplification, but inclusion. Not the removal of the complicated, but the expansion of the container that holds it. Not becoming simpler. Becoming more capable of holding your own complexity without being destabilized by it. This is a more demanding project in one sense. It asks you to tolerate more, not less. To acknowledge more, not less. But it is less exhausting in another sense. The work of self-simplification never ends. There is always another edge to smooth, another inconvenient characteristic to manage, another complex to control. The project generates its own indefinite future. The work of inclusion has a different quality. It does not aim at the elimination of what is difficult. It aims at the development of a self large enough to hold the difficult as one of its parts rather than as its defining problem. This is the difference between spending your life fighting yourself and spending it inhabiting yourself. The psyche resists simplicity not because it is broken or because it wants to make your life difficult. It resists simplicity because you are not simple, because no person is, because the full complexity of what you are, the contradictions, the unlived portions, the shadow, the inferior function, the accumulated experience of a specific life lived in a specific body at a specific moment in history, this totality is worthy of being held as it actually is. not simplified, held. Chapter 46. The Quiet Work of Wholeness. At the tower in Bollingen, in the final decade of his life, Carl Jung carved something into the stone that he had been working toward for 80 years. Not a theory, an image. He carved a figure he called the homunculus, the little person, the inner man. Surrounded by a square and a circle, the ancient alchemical symbol of the conjunction of earth and heaven, body and spirit, the known and the unknown, he did not explain it in writing. He said the image expressed what his words could not. The quiet work of wholeness does not announce itself. It proceeds in the background at a level below deliberate intention through the accumulation of small encounters with the real, the dream attended to, the projection withdrawn, the shadow acknowledged, the inferior function given a little more space, the unlived life called back from exile. No single encounter is decisive. The work is cumulative. It does not produce a finished product. It produces a self that is, over time, slightly more complete, slightly more capable of holding its own contradictions, slightly less at the mercy of its unconscious contents, slightly more able to be present to the life that is actually being lived. This is not a dramatic transformation. It is more like the accumulation of rings in a tree. Each year adds one. From the outside, in any given season, nothing looks different. Over decades, the tree is larger, more deeply rooted, more capable of withstanding what the weather brings. Marie-Louise von Franz wrote in Individuation in Fairy Tales that the process of psychological development in its deeper stages becomes less visible rather than more. In the early stages, there are dramatic encounters with the shadow, startling projections withdrawn, significant dreams, clear moments of insight. In the later stages, the work is quieter, more internal, more like maintenance than transformation. The person is simply becoming more fully themselves, less encumbered by what was not them. Let your breath deepen on its own. The room is quiet. We are arriving now at the place the whole night has been moving toward. Not a conclusion, the psyche does not conclude, but a resting point. A place where what has been discussed can settle into the body, where the ideas become not concepts but something carried, something that will work in the background while the night proceeds, and the dream does its own work. Something in you has been patient for a very long time. We have been naming it all evening. The unlived life, the integrated shadow, the self that exceeds the ego, the wholeness that is not perfection but inclusion. The patience has been the patience of the deeper self, which does not operate on the timeline of the anxious ego. It is working always toward the same end, not completion. Completion is for simpler things. It is working toward the largest, most honest, most fully inhabited version of the specific person you are. That person is not finished, but they are not nowhere. They are here, in the dark, breathing, and the quiet work continues. Chapter 47. Resting inside the deeper mind. In the last year of his life, 1961, Carl Jung was completing a book he had begun decades earlier and returned to at various stages. The book, published after his death as Man and His Symbols, the most accessible introduction to his life's work, written deliberately for a general readership. He had dreamed that he was standing in a public place, addressing a large audience. The people in the audience were not the academic colleagues and analysts he usually addressed. They were ordinary people. The dream told him to write for them. He spent the last months of his life writing. The final chapter of his life and the first chapter of his most widely read book converging. The beginning and the ending meeting. This is how the psyche works, in its deepest register. The last thing and the first thing recognize each other. The present self and the original self, the one before the persona, before the complexes, before the accumulations of the decades, are not as far apart as the long middle of a life makes them seem. In the state between waking and sleep, the distance collapses. The organized, performing, managing mind relaxes its grip. The deeper mind, the one that was always there beneath the management, that has been producing dreams and synchronicities and symptoms and symbolic images across the whole of the life, becomes more available. This mind is not anxious. It does not overthink. It does not maintain the persona. It has no need to perform or to protect. It is simply the psyche in its native state, vast, symbolic, connected to everything the ego has ever pushed away, and also connected to something older than any individual history. Let your jaw soften. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the weight of your whole body, exactly where it is. You do not need to think tonight. The thinking has been done. You do not need to understand tonight. The understanding will continue in ways that do not require your supervision. The deeper mind knows what to do with the material you have been carrying. It has been managing this material for as long as you have been alive, before you understood it, before you could name it, before you had language for the shadow or the complex or the self. It knew. It has always known. The ego's contribution to this night is to step back, to recognize that the part of you that cannot sleep is not the part that needs to be in charge of the night. The part that knows how to let you rest is already here, has always been here, closer than thought, more reliable than intention. The room holds you. The depth holds the room. Rest now inside the deeper mind. Chapter 48. Sleep beneath the self. It is night. It was night at the beginning of this evening, and it is still night now. And the night has not changed what it is, though everything that was carried into it has been, in some small way, touched by the passing through. The lake outside Jung's window at Kusnacht was the same lake each morning, and each morning something new was reflected in it. The light changed, the sky changed. The man looking at it changed, year by year, as the individuation process moved through its stages. The lake was always the lake. The reflection was never quite the same. You are the lake tonight. not the thoughts that crossed you, not the day's images on your surface, not the complexes that stirred the water, not the projections that misread their own reflection in you. You are the thing that holds all of it without being destroyed by any of it. That is the self, in Jung's final sense. Not the ego that manages and narrates, not the persona that performs, the ground, the holding capacity. The thing in you that has been through every difficulty, you have survived and has remained. Not unchanged, the years mark it, but continuous, present throughout. There were two kinds of listening in this. One that heard the words, and one that heard what the words were pointing toward. Not the concepts, not the names of the thinkers, not the theory. The felt sense beneath all of that. The quality of the night mind engaging with itself. That engagement has been happening all along, beneath the narration. It will continue. The loop that asked what has been patient. It is the self, the deepest layer. The one that does not require the performance to have value, that does not need the persona to have presence, that knows its own ground without needing the ground to be explained. It has been patient because it does not operate on the ego's timeline. It has forever, literally forever, in the sense that it belongs to something older than your particular history and will be carried forward in the unconscious of everyone whose life has been touched by yours. Jung, at 85, ill, still working, wrote in a letter, "Life is a short pause between two great mysteries." He was not frightened by the mysteries. He had spent his life learning their language. He had learned to be at home in not knowing. He had learned that the darkness was not empty, but full, that the unknown was not threatening, but alive, that the place where the ego's understanding ran out was not the end of the story. It was where the real story began. Tonight, the real story is proceeding in the space below language, in the layer of the mind that does not need these words to do its work. Let the words go. Let the concepts go. Let the night be what the night is. The lake at dawn looks the same as the lake at midnight. The same water, the same depth. And beneath the surface, in the still water, in the dark that is not empty, but full of everything that the day could not hold. Sleep now.